Hello everyone, and welcome to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Tonight, the Lucky Sevens continue on their journey, delving deeper into the ancient city of Zorana, the once long-dead empire of the dragons. As they venture forth, it seems that they have lost one of their party members, Arya, but they continue towards a goal, a laboratory found deep within the center of the city itself, with hopes to perhaps find her there as well as discover the platinum necessary in order to make the stakes that they need to capture and bind a god. As they go along, delving deeper into the ruins, perhaps they might find more than just these things. Perhaps they may discover answers to their companions and themselves. But we'll see about that. After their slow dive into the depths of the city, the Lucky Sevens have scaled their way out of the slums and into a district of garish indulgence. Settling along the cliff edge, we're all overlooking the landscape that the servants of the Draconic Empire once called home. Humanoid in size and shape. Many of the homes below still hold structure appearing as fragments carved from time. Alabaster brick, tiled roads inlaid with precious metals of intricate pattern, and ceramic tiling define these pieces of history. Servants so lucky to live within the cities were seemingly offered a level of luxury, but only seemingly, as would be similar to the Drow, if such slaves were afforded these things. The slums below, however fanciful, are also partially drowned, now that you have a bird's eye view of it, and greatly entrenched with the dead roots of the ancient tree that twists itself through the veins of the city. Lucky Sevens found that despite its initial essence lost, there is perhaps yet still a beating heart to these branches. Looking just over the cliff's edge and the thousands of steps the Lucky Sevens have scaled, they can see the building that they had escaped earlier, now consumed by the branches below, now an aching red wound among the streets. It's here that you've gone ahead and taken a short rest. You find yourselves a moment calm to rest, to ask questions, and perhaps find answers. So, Lucky Sevens, I hand you the moment as we zoom in. I think we should go ahead and begin. The one most affected, or should we say, afflicted. Imbril. Why don't you tell us what's on your mind right now?
This place is eerie. This place is odd. It feels oddly like a place that I would find answers as well as more questions. That something is familiar about the branches that have been pulling apart the ruins of this city and could very likely bring the whole thing toppling down upon us if we're not careful. The sight of a meteor crash. How Mother got here. That she was here. She is here and will continue to be here. But all of that is at the same time and all at once. It's It's distracting. Very distracting. I'm here on a mission. I'm here to protect the Lucky Sevens as well as aid them in their quest for riches, it seems. But why does this place have to make the hairs on the back of my head stand on end and itch? Jacob. Jacob was meaning to find this place. He just didn't know where to look. And now I'm... Or maybe I'm losing my mind. But I must press on. A short rest is enough for me to get my bearings, recuperate, regroup. It's time to move forward.
Indeed it is, Imbrel. Maybe you truly are losing your mind, as I have no idea who Jacob is, but I certainly know a Caleb.
I said the wrong thing. My bad. Maybe he is losing his mind.
Maybe he is. But on the note of losing one's mind, it's hard to do for someone who probably didn't have a lot of instant logic in the first place. Kurobe,
Yes.
you have a wit about you. Perhaps an adventurous spirit that drives you forward, yet not a lot of sense of self-preservation. Not that you need it.
I've already lived a good life. There's no sense in being careful now. If I can go down and save one of them, that's fine with me. I'm just worried about where Arya is right now. She, I just hope she's okay. And the big creepy hole, while it's not been boring, I'd really like to find what we need and get everybody out of here in one piece. There's too much going on that I don't understand.
There certainly is. There's a lot that a lot of people don't understand. And yet, are all very strangely familiar with. The underground is a complete stranger to most of you, except for one. Why don't you tell us what's on your mind, Alira, as you wander these halls, seeing what feels like a predecessor to many of the civilizations you saw above?
It's a sinking city. When I end up looking into the stone and the walkways, what I feel is a place that is meant to be long forgotten. A place whose purpose is long since past. It's a husk of what it used to be. Still trying to act as though its time is still here. But it's forgotten. It's fallen. And it wants to take everything it can with it into the abyss. Still, I observe Imbrel. This place is getting to him. I can see it. How he reacts, how his eyes skirt from corridor to corridor, as though expecting something. The ravine down below, promising more horrors and more answers. And I wonder what's looking up at us from within that darkness. Of course, Kurobe and Vanya, along with their little dog, too, are at my side. I'm the one accustomed to the dark. I'm the one accustomed to the subterranean. So it's my charge to end up there looking over them. Still, I'd be lying if I said there wasn't something truly unnatural here. Something that needs to be keeping us cautious. The challenges ahead are grueling. Some of us can make do with a short rest, others not so much. Still, it's not the safest place to end up making camp. Not when the wolves themselves threaten to dispatch you.
Certainly not. You've already seen what dangers lie within the city, if not the walls themselves. No, there are other things patrolling these halls, these alleyways. Ancient and foreboding, and capable of immense destruction. Such so that they would separate the group. Vanya, you're the last that we'll be looking at, getting insight from, armed with bow and beast at your side. You find yourself wayward and searching for your love once again. And what's on your mind at this moment?
Worry, concern, but also a little in awe of the city that we find ourselves in. She's been keeping watch the entire time, but even then, just taking in the city from what they can see of it. Here, she's not just worried about Arya. Arya's terrified of what this place represents, but she knows she can find her way around. That's not too concerning. It's terror that she knows her lover feels. The other concern is Emerald, mother. How this place just seems to be eating at him. And all she can do is push forward. Try to keep her older brother safe. Try to keep her friends safe.
It is what you do best. You have done best since joining in with the Lucky Sevens. In a lot of ways, you are the backbone of the party. And so, The lucky sevens, as stated, press on. We will negate marching order this time. Instead, to have those who haven't rolled before roll an encounter for me. Alira.
Okay.
Oh, did you want to?
No.
Go right ahead.
Oh, no. Okay. No.
No.
Do it, Derek. Do it, Derek. Incoming Tarask.
What do you need?
Look, I was expecting Spectre to have us remember that. I don't know.
Right?
I need a 1d6.
A 1d6.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 6.
A 6.
Hmm.
The lucky sevens continue on through the hallways, and you find yourselves in what seems to be some sort of entertainment district at downtown, if there were such a thing. As you traverse through the alleyways, you find yourselves falling in between not just the structures of these buildings, the Art Nouveau, the fine decor, but now stalls made of white marble and finely carved pillars in the shape of dragons and winds begin to line the paved streets in rows. They have items upon the display stands that have long dematerialized into rags and dust, nothing but debris. Many of the stalls possess what seems to be some sort of exotic goods, from what you can gather of them. It must have been a luxury at the time, but they've been left untouched. Not even so much as plunder. Once again, finding the eeriness that is everything just left. As if all the citizens here vanished up into thin air. The stalls themselves range in size. Some massive, sprawling markets, tents that travel high into the air. And some of them are more humanoid-sized, many of them humanoid-sized. And conveniently, even some carts broken down, depicting that this place was industrious, incredibly so. As you travel through, you do recognize one building somewhat in the distance that catches your eye as a massive leather canvas, still painted with bold colors, reds and purples and blues, and draped over a structure almost inviting you towards it. You, for lack of better terms, believe yourselves to be in what was the market.
Are there still goods on the stands that are intact? Of any worth?
Not that you can immediately locate. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Ooh, I don't know that that's my best stat. We'll find out.
That's me every time I'm asked for it.
Yep.
I can assist if allowed.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, at advantage, -1.
Oh,
An int -1 is not a bad thing. Here we go.
How could this possibly go wrong?
Well, it's
Don't
either
answer that.
6 or a 5. Bastard. I know,
Gus.
nothing.
Why did
Gus.
you touch my dice bag, Coffee?
Why did you touch my dice bag?
Because I'm Emerald, Derek.
Will Wheaton touches my dice bag once and never lives it down. You know the potence of my curse. It spreads like a sickness.
I will not make a dirty joke. I will not make a dirty joke. I will not make a dirty joke.
Look,
I've been
this
trying
stream
to
is
find out
rated
about
M
Derek's
for mature,
potence
it's
for a
fine.
while. Yeah, I've been trying to find out Derek's potence for a while, but he keeps turning me down. The little bit of death inside of him. Right?
I had to stifle a spit take, y'all. I did bring this on by saying this is a mature stream.
Yeah, you get. Look, I was going to not say anything, and then you gave me permission, Coffee.
Well, Imbrel, unfortunately, most of what you're finding is dust. You pick up. You do happen to see a what appears to be like some sort of produce stand, and when you approach it, you find an apple, almost decayed, mummified. The moment the curiosity takes you, and you decide to pick it up, pick up the apple that almost looks like preserved. But the moment you do, it just turns to nothing but ashes in your hand.
Oh.
It's been so long since anything here has been touched, moved, affected.
Right.
Almost makes me wonder what would happen if we touched anything like wood or metal at this rate.
Could collapse in on us, and we'd either be trapped or buried or both. Sorry.
Yeah, let's avoid that.
Yes. Not touching anything more.
Oh, small stuff. You know, curiosity's sake. Just not the holes.
No.
Robio just kind of raised his hand. I'll touch it.
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Every time you touch something, someone in this group gets hurt. Usually you.
Look, it happens like half a dozen times in one dungeon, and you never live it down.
To be quite fair, we are meant to get out of here in one piece. So don't go blasting yourself into pieces there, Kurobe.
I know, just trying to bring a little levity. I think that's the word.
Yes.
Mora used to use it. Trying to be funny, cheer everybody up.
Helps break up the eeriness.
Yeah, I figured if we went down the creepy hole, it would be eerie down here. But
we should move forward. Let's not get trapped.
Yeah, I don't want to spend the rest of the time I got down here.
And so you move forward. As you continue through the stalls, different markets, once again you see that one building, the massive canvas, leathers, with bold colors across the top of it. It's layered in structures, like layered sheets, spreading across easily like several many feet. About 100 feet spans for each strip of leather. And it's acting more as like almost like a giant rooftop, a giant tent of sorts. Surprisingly, despite everything else being decrepit, that remains fairly untouched.
I'm gonna start making my way over to it. A lot of the stuff in the current stalls that we're walking through is all in amongst the same, state. And curiosity is getting higher the further we go in this city. This area of places that it is, and bright colors. Might as well check it out.
Moving right along with her.
Very well. Traversing to the tent, you see that it almost looks like a carnival tent, the way it is set up. Find yourselves at the entrance. There is pillars of stone that hold up the gates, and curtains that are easily drawn back. Though the curtains are made of a silken fabric that is torn and shredded and almost matted at the time. The leathers still hold true and fanciful, though with the bright colors at the base of this massive carnival tent is more dusty, dreary, worn out, and ripping. The roof above remains splendid. Perhaps distance from the ground allows it a little more preservation, allows it to be a little more untouchable, seemingly. But the question is, do you go inside?
Going to take a peek inside first. Without going in.
I'm going to make sure that my weapon is apparated first before walking in.
Very well.
I don't think I've put my weapon away.
Fair enough. You peek inside, just a bit beyond the Everburn light braziers, one on each side of the gateway, and within, you notice that there is what appears to be sort of this display. Stage initially. It leads to a left and right passage. Before the display stage is bleachers. They're all of a humanoid size. And oddly, is rather mundane in all appearances. The left and right sides beyond the stage lead further into the back. You check with your ears, your eyes, but you cannot see or hear anything beyond.
Going to slowly move in and start heading up to the stage.
And I'll pick up the rear.
I'll be ready to go in if something happens to Vanya. I'll just be at the doorway in.
All right. So Kurobe is sitting near the doorway. Vanya and Imbril are going in. What's Lyra up to?
Lyra?
I'm not sure what to react to be honest with you.
Imbril and Vanya are going into the carnival tent, it looks like, and Kurobe is staying at the entrance.
Okay.
Where do you want to be?
Yeah, that's basically
no.
what's happening.
Okay, I'm like, all right. No, can't avoid it. Gotta follow Imbral. Protect Boy Toy. Also
Okay.
need to end up making sure that it ends up turning into a case of when shit goes down. I know Kurobe's gonna find some shit. Not a problem. Pardon, I'll go back in the character. It's well established that Kurobe will end up in deep and find trouble, and will alert us at the earliest possible convenience, typically while screaming at the roof of his head or at the top of his lungs. Whereas Imbrol and this carnival of horrors that we're entering is unknown. Clearly, the unknown needs to be addressed first in order for us to end up being able to adjudicate what takes priority. Besides, he's lived a full life for a human. He's lived here almost a full decade. Clearly, he's close to being put out to pasture. Short lifespans. I have no idea on how humans do it.
Fair enough. You continue going along, and upon the stage, the first thing you notice on the stage, Vanya, Nimbrel, Nalira, all three of you, you happen to see what appears to be hooks. Specifically, Lyra, you would recognize them as the kind of hooks that would be used for shackles upon the floor. If you were to make someone stand in place with their arms and legs shackled together.
Put someone in the center of the circus for everybody to watch in amazement and wonder. Though I'd be curious to know if it's not just sentient creatures, but more strange and disturbing such wonders. Almost reminds me of home.
Vanya is looking from the hooks and seeing if there's similar along the bleachers.
There is not along the
Okay.
bleachers.
Well, seeing that, she's, for lack of a better term, going to pull a Kurobe and jump on the stage.
Seeing that everybody's kind of moving around and it's not stealthy, Kurobe's going to move up.
All right. You move on up, and you happen to see what everyone else is seeing. The stage is, well, it is made of a metal. The metal is rusted and paved with similar decorated tiles, cemented into place. There are holes that go beneath the stage itself, but when you look in there, it seems like it just heads down into a foundation, stone floor down below. And perhaps you can see something deeper in there. Not quite, it's dark as pitch black, no braziers of ever burning lights, no sort of candles or anything like that. It's just pitch black beneath it.
Can I cast dancing lights under the stage so I can see down there better?
You certainly can. Lights toss down. You see that the depth is what's the range distance on dancing lights?
Let me look. 120 feet.
Oh, perfect. You send it down, and you see that below the stage there's at least about 30 feet distance. But in that 30 feet, you can see that there is a ground below. You send the lights twinkling into the darkness like stars. You notice cages. Cages upon cages, upon cages, upon cages. All of different varying sizes. some large, with bones of creatures still inside them. Some small and humanoid.
Okay.
What'd you see?
Um,
Cages,
a lot of
chains.
a lot of cages. Yeah, Illyra can tell you. Bones.
Now, just to be clear, the bones weren't identifiable, correct?
No, not from your position. You would have to actually go down in there to identify them. From the distance, it doesn't look like any animal you've seen or any creature from the Underdark you've seen, Alira.
Well, good news is it wasn't an insectoid.
Well, considering the city was supposed to be above ground, it's not too shocking.
Get me a rope.
Well, I could go first and go investigating to see if there's anything of value as far as knowledge, but definitely gives off that sort of slave vibe.
Alirahiv is giving him like this death glare. Like, I'll go down there.
I'll go with you. Well, 4 eyes are better than 2. So.
Speaking of insects. Alright, and Kroby's just gonna walk up pulling a rope out of his bag. And he's gonna like wrap it around like one arm and then throw it over his shoulder and throw it down the hole and
All right.
anchor.
I will go first before the man thing decides to end up near thinking that it can act on its own accord.
God forbid I be a gentleman.
I think it in her culture it's actually offensive. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Vanya's just gonna pat his shoulder, go down after Alira.
And I will follow suit.
Yeah. And as you're going down, he's like, as far as I can tell, like, try doing the opposite of what you think you should, and you might be okay.
As if you're the epitome of wooing a woman. And
I have done a lot in my time. It's lucky there's 2 people on this rope that I like.
Fascinating. He just follows after the ladies. Definitely going to go and investigate some of those cages.
Almost certainly. One after another, you follow each other into the depths, and finding yourselves surrounded by the cages, realizing that it's built together a little bit maze-like, but predictable for storage. Many of the cages have bones in them that you can't quite identify as something that isn't of any natural variety. Many of these things almost having or bearing strange features. You find quite a few bodies are not just bones, but completely mummified, untouched by time, by any sort of creature that could have been down here, warped or shaped by the calamity. The humanoid ones, those mummies you can see are still in chains and binds. Their skin stretched tight over their bones, and all of them curled up into the corner of their cages, despondent, despaired, hiding their heads, their faces. You can see it is a mixture, primarily elf. Many, many elves. Of the creatures, varieties of creatures you see here. Some bones, some also mummified. They don't appear as anything that you've seen really ever. They're strange, as if possessing multiple qualities of other creatures you've found and met before. One of them you even see is not just a giant serpent, but a giant serpent with a human skull. One appears to be something almost draconic. Some sort of alligator with many, many, many legs, like a centipede. One looks like it has 3 heads, of a lion and a goat and a dragon. They're all strange. They're all wrong. As you travel through, you finally find yourselves at the center of all of these cages. In the deep dark, there lies a final corpse, not in a cage, but the bones of the former merchant, still tending to his stall. The bones of a dragon, made across and twisted. The skin almost dry as leather and deteriorated from water, from time, from small insects that have consumed from it, almost appearing as if it's draped across the, not bleached, but fossilized structure.
Didn't Arya say that she was a member of the entertainment district?
Yeah? She was.
Do you think she suffered similar conditions to this?
She probably did.
She talked about being caged for a long time.
She never likes going into detail about it, and I understand why.
We
Seeing
never
that
pressed.
Seeing it's another story.
I can definitely see why. It's terrible conditions. Even imagining just what these creatures went through, the fear that we saw in the mummies. They feared something.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know what happened. After the calamity, we don't know how long they were under here.
Well,
I hope that was quick, though. But
above, in the streets, everything had been turned to dust. Why didn't any of this?
maybe they weren't exposed to whatever happened.
I mean, if you look at the top of the tent, it's in a lot better condition than closer to the ground. Add on being under the stage. Multiple levels of protection.
Possibly. I don't know, it just seems really odd that we would see corpses here and not anywhere else in this city.
Yeah, that's...
Think about the situation. Now I'm going to double check here with the DM, but most are found still in their cages, correct?
Yes.
Here you end up having evidence of starvation. No one bothered to end up caring for them because everyone above ground was already evacuating. Perhaps traveling to distant land or finding shelter. We've already seen carnivorous beings who consume bodies whole. Be unlikely to end up finding any bodies intact. The bodies that are found intact are the ones that are preserved in this hole and in the cages. Those that were left to starve to death. Honestly, this place disgusts me. Pauses. Nope.
Why? I'm curious to know as to why.
All of these creatures, very few cages that hold multiple individuals. Your stock is... This is not a stock for labor. This is a stock for wonders. Think of what you've observed. All kinds of strange, fantastical creatures. This was more akin to a petting zoo. Hardly worthy to be referred to as a market.
An oddities display.
A market would imply some form of trade. If it was some form of trade, you would end up seeing something that would indicate a value or quest for something of equivalent. But what have we witnessed here? Cages, presentations, a showcase of pews to end up perhaps showcasing value, maybe an auction of sort, but we haven't seen that. It's spectacle.
Like one would watch a tamed owl bear in the circus.
Exactly. If this is the best that they can end up doing to end up trying to end up moving their slaves, then this is pitiable at best. You don't keep useful stock in a locked box. You don't put it so far out of the way that to simply get it to work, be it mining, quarrying work, or whatever, in a cellar so deep that it can no longer be prepped. So they were never meant to leave here. So...
Never did, it seems.
Never did. But it is a poor display. if I am to be understanding this correctly, what they would do is bring a specimen from the cage and bring it to the arena. Until this one, she gestures to the dragon's corpse in the center, something went wrong. It died surrounded by all of its wonders and curiosities, and its meat was available and not a fresh cadaver to be consumed, and not one was able to reach past the bars in order to end up satiating itself. Though I suppose that would simply end up prolonging the suffering, so maybe that would be considered a tender mercy by comparison. Either way, do not be confused as to the purpose of this location. I walk towards the carcass of the dragon, the one thing that's not in the cage. This was the time beforehand. I look at it, study it. I want to know if I can figure out how it died.
I'm also very
That
curious
is-
as to this.
Yeah,
Same.
it's all very good questions. I'm trying to think what would be a good role for that. Prop don't want to have to keep rolling investigations, so
Medicine.
medicine works. You can definitely roll medicine. Thank you for the suggestion.
So Alira's rolling medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for medicine, well, it's nice for a +4, so that would end up making a 16. Not great, but not terrible.
No. If anything, it's enough to get an idea of what happened here, or rather, what didn't happen. There's nothing here that suggests an attack. There are no bones that have been scraped. There's nothing broken. There's nothing fractured. There's no area within the skin, as mummified and decayed as it is, that suggests there was tearing or damage to it. In fact, as you inspect this corpse, you shuffle out some of the dirt from around it. You find more than anything, it's curled up in a very distinct position. Defensive. Submissive. The same dread as the things in the cages.
You said
didn't
curled
die.
up. Go ahead.
It didn't die down here because it was injured. It starved itself down here. You do find, as you go through it, as you're unshuffling some of the dirt and debris around what's left of it, you happen to unshuffle a color within the grain. It's a bag. And what appears to be clothes near the skull. One of the clothing materials is not degenerated, but in fact still maintains a lot of its colors and exuberance.
Potentially magical in nature. and gestured to the garment.
Mm-hmm. The bag, though, is tattered, but you hear something jingling within it. You open it up. You find 100 gold coins, 3 pearls, and a few small diamonds glittering inside.
Small
All
bag
right,
of
toss.
riches and a cloak.
Not a cloak, a hat. Humanoid-sized, oddly enough, with nice gold trim, red in a golden thread.
Emerald takes it and goes to try it on.
I end up tossing the bag of gold over to Vanya to end up adding to the coffers. The lucky 7.
Okay. And she'll tuck it away.
Bro, when you fit it to your head, the cap seems to readjust itself in size to fit you.
Oh, well, it's not unusual, but it definitely jars him a little bit, as magical clothing isn't something that he's donned very often. How does it look?
Doesn't really suit you.
No? I'm not the pointy hat kind, then.
Nah.
Well, if it resizes like that, that usually means it might do something, so might have to check that out later.
Yeah, if I wear it long enough, possibly. It'll come to me.
Or if it's cursed, it'll eat your head.
I'm hoping not.
I kind of hope not either. Vanya would be sad.
But I don't
And
think that any of us are skilled in identifying magical objects, are we? I'm certainly not.
I might know a thing or two.
He takes it off.
Brim of that hat starts chewing into your scalp. I'm not pulling it off.
Then I will have Vanya take a look at it first. But do we want to do that now, or do we want to do that later?
later.
I'd say later.
Alright, in the bag it goes.
I'm still want us to be a whole party before we rest.
Yeah, let's not stay in this hole much longer.
Agreed.
You guys ready to come back up?
Yeah, I think we found all we're gonna find down here. A bunch of corpses.
Vanya's just taking one last look around before following the other two up the rope.
Does the dragon seem like anything salvageable from it?
I mean, heck, you could probably take one of those fossilized fangs from it.
I don't have any use for a dragon fang.
Hey, Vanya, grab some of whatever you can off of the dragon. Souvenirs. We might be able to make something with them.
Things I do. This guy.
Oh, you telling me you don't? Never mind.
I think we
She's going
agreed
to-
that we wouldn't touch anything more.
Well, that's up to you guys. I'm up here, so I can't make you. as he starts pulling the rope back up.
Look, the last time you touched a skull, what happened?
Yeah, but this one isn't talking to me.
Yet.
Yet.
These things can take time and can develop into something very, very bad, very slowly.
Like I said, it's up to you guys. I'm up here. You don't have to.
I'd rather not, because we have fought an undead dragon before.
Okay. It was just
Lord
an
knows,
idea.
Lord knows, one of us goes to grab a fang, we're going to get bit.
Okay. It was just an idea.
Wait, an undead dragon?
Yeah, that was a thing.
That's a story you'll have to tell me, because we haven't really caught up in that regard.
Yeah, middle of a volcano, too.
The hell were you doing in a volcano?
Fighting the dragon.
I'm just going to look down. Was I part of that? I don't remember. I can't remember what we fought so far.
We fought a lot.
Clearly.
Really, the dragon was Caleb's fault, but...
Caleb's fault.
Well, Caleb and the cult. Kind of a intermix of the two.
That's not good.
No.
Well, I'm done being in this creepy basement. I'm going up. And I start using the rope to climb up to,
Yeah, Kroby will help pull everybody up who wants to come.
Yeah, Vanya will go up last.
Sure enough, one by one, you all ascend. Now, back inside the circus tent. Above the stage. Do you remain here or continue on your way?
I think we continue on our way. There's not much more to be seen here. It's evident the dragons had their entertainment, and... well, I guess there's no danger of becoming part of it. Still creepy, though.
You move along through the city. Perhaps, fleetingly, you can look through the different parts of this area, this place, and now understanding a bit more about this draconic empire. You can see how once it was bustling, with more than just opulence and luxury and fantastical power, but hedonism. Abject hedony. Imbro. Roll me a 1d6.
Oh.
If you get a 6, negate it and roll again.
That's a 2.
As you move through the city streets, you begin to hear a clanking. As you move...
What kind of clanking?
It sounds very mechanical. It has a series of ticks. And as you grow closer to it, it becomes louder and louder. Mechanical beatings seeming to suggest some sort of machinery is still in operation. As you approach the noise, you discover in the middle of the street, on one of the high-rise towers, it looks like some form of elevator, designed with crystalline glass and shaped almost like a bird cage, but capable of holding something as huge or gargantuan. Gears remain untouched by time, no rust, no decay, by some magical means, strain and crack against a single stone lodged between the mechanisms, creating this rhythmic noise. The chain begins to move down as if it is trying to operate automatically, and then the gears suddenly click against the rock, and the chain flicks back up into its originating place. Who knows how long it's been doing this?
Well, I can think of a solution.
Remove the rock.
Without using the use of hands. And he, with a cast of Eldritch Blast, is going to blast the rock out of the mechanism.
Your Eldritch Blast soars, hits the rock. It sparks, as does the gears and the mechanism, and suddenly the chains begin to move. And everything suddenly clicks into alignment. It begins moving and operating automatically. The elevator finally touches ground, and the glass opens. All of you.
Simple solutions. And he goes over towards this lift and starts ushering everyone else in.
Yes, let's ride the ancient, possibly not going to let us fall to our deaths, death trap.
Out.
I'll get on first. And he walks in.
Bonnie's just gonna look over at her brother. Remind me again why I put up with him.
That is a very good question. That is not a question I can answer for you.
And I'm the one asking it.
Yes.
She's gonna get on alongside him.
And
He probably liked me better when I was older. I mellowed out. I'm starting to get back to how I used to be.
I'm starting to forget you were older before. And he ushers all the rest of the party into the lift.
Just give him another decade and he'll be complaining about arthritis.
Again.
If we feed him pineapple early, he won't complain about the gout.
But yes, once everybody is in, I want to see what the mechanism to go up is.
All right, sure enough. You enter in and you happen to see a couple sets of runes. One is, it appears almost like a spiral that moves around from the center panel. And it either goes up or down. Simple enough. But there isn't any sort of like specific control or anything like that, but the spiral glows with a faint blue light.
I'm guessing I just touch it, and he goes and presses the up button. Or rune, in this case.
Yeah. It takes a second. You sit there and jab at it with your finger. And where your finger pokes, the blue light glows brighter. And then suddenly you get the idea in your head, I'm supposed to start from the center. And so you click on the center of the spiral and slowly transition out. And as you do, you hear a whirring sound. Bring your finger up. The doors close and start ascending you all, slowly. You begin to rise, high, 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 above the entertainment district of the city. You see the cliffs glowing with lights, with the remnants of these stalls, these merchants, these towers of opulence, theaters, and effectively a metropolis before you, until finally the elevator stops. Very, very gently, almost as if floating, weightless. Not like the usual constructs or that you're familiar with in the above world. The doors, a separate set of doors open up behind you into a building. When you walk in, you find yourself in what appears to be a room. A room with arched windows spanning from floor to ceiling. In the center is a large bed with a canopy. And to another distance of the wall is almost like honestly a pool. The clearest water you've ever seen. The fountain is nestled within, carved and elegant, what looks like cherubim if it were dragons. Multiple wings, feathered and flourishing, spouting off water. Go ahead and give me someone give me an Arcana check.
Can do.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave that to someone that doesn't have hella negatives in that.
Dirty 20.
Perfect. You sense something strange about the room, Vanya, and it probably makes it even more apparent as you enter. You see that Zephyr is sluggish as soon as he enters the room. He whines. Just lays down. Quietly lays
Zephyr?
down.
What's wrong, bud?
There is this essence about the room that is. It feels like the strange static and noise and unfamiliarity of the surrounding outside of the city is just banished. Inside this singular room, this one place, you feel oddly safe. You notice, as it is familiar to you, Anya, as you felt it once before on an island. You felt it once before in the air. You felt it once before traveling through the dunes. The room is insulated with an anti-magic field. And that is why it is so perfectly preserved.
Well, that's nifty.
Very odd.
Wouldn't have expected something like that to last this long.
Give you reminders of the dunes at home. Whispering dunes. That's why they call them that. And everything is deathly silent.
The dunes there. Back outside of Combe Bay, there were a couple. We and up on an island at one point that was completely surrounded by one.
That would present a problem. He goes to try and apparate his sword once more, and it doesn't.
More than you know. The island did a number on Zephyr. Because technically he's magical in his own right. And she's gonna go over and kneel down, just kind of stroking the top of Zephyr's head. I'm sorry, buddy. We'll try to get out of here as soon as we can.
This is somebody's living quarters, obviously. There's a bed. There's wash stations. There's plenty of belongings here.
Well, if Zephyr's uncomfortable, I say we look up for anything that's useful and get the hell out of here.
I'm gonna take a look at everything kind of in the room as far as like belongings and furniture and stuff, just to see if there's an idea as to if this person did still exist. Are they still inhabiting this place?
Certainly. We can go with your choice of perception or investigation.
I have a +5 in perception.
I
I
can
can
assist.
assist.
Oh. Then I'll roll with advantage.
Unless you want me to lead.
What are my rolls? So I got
Got
a
it.
4 on the dice for a 9 or a 5 on the dice for a 10.
Oh my god, dude.
Copy.
Why is it that when you're actually a player?
I know, right? What are my
Okay.
dice?
Noted. Let Vanya have all the perception rolls.
Look, I'm not even gonna roll dice anymore.
The realization that there is no magic in this one spot has you a little bit too flustered, my dear friends.
Seeing as I'm a magical fighter at this point.
Yeah. But if you are willing to continue with the perception check, then we're just going to take the cost that it probably takes a little bit more time to investigate things. So, given that you're there for about 30 minutes to an hour looking around, someone else may make another one.
I'll make it.
I'll help.
Okay, you just want to allow me to crit fish at this rate.
Yeah, no, Kurobi's like picking up the bed so you can look under it or shit like that.
Let's see here. 33.
Whew. Christ.
Hi, plus 14.
Yeah, damn. Vanya, you can see beyond sight at this rate. You're not only able to identify the anti-magic field, but you can actually even see where the glyphs are written in draconic runes. They are very specific in all four corners of the room and how they are insulated, and they are carved into the very stone pillars that act as the foundation of the room itself. The bed is luxurious. It's so soft. It's stupid soft, and it almost makes you feel like you're comfortable, you're safe, and all sorts of nice, wonderful, cozy feelings, but you're able to just ignore that entirely as you look through dressers and storage and a closet and all sorts of different locations, and you find clothes, large dragon-sized clothes. You pull them out like blankets from the cupboards and cabinetry. You find all sorts of random objects, a strange assortment of feathers. There's so many feathers here for some reason. You Kurobe, as you pull off the covers of the bed, you also notice there's even more feathers. Why are there so many goddamn feathers? They are nice feathers, though. Very interesting collection, so to speak.
I'm just gonna shove some in my backpack.
Shove a collection of feathers into your backpack.
Hey, Kurobe, see if there's any, like, holes or something on the mattress or the pillows.
Okay, I'm gonna look for that.
Right, and overall, with the investigation, you find, interestingly enough, you find a passage just beneath the bed. Kurobe pushes the entire mattress, the whole bed, and its canopy over to the side, and there's a trick door just beneath it.
Vanya. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Vanya, those things in the corners, that's what's making the weird thing. If I break them, do you think Zephyr will be okay?
He would be, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Only on the fact of if we break it, what will happen to this room?
Very on all likelihood that there is a lot of something else piled up very much above us, and that if we destroy any magic of any kind in this room, it could collapse.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
just
an
thought.
engineering expert, but, leave walls where they are, leave pillars where they are.
I didn't want to take out the whole pillar, just the little cool squiggly bits.
I don't think you know your own strength, old man.
He really doesn't.
Yeah,
And
you're
to be
probably
fair,
right.
brute force has never been able to destroy magic for any particular in any of the magical texts that I've spent a small amount of time studying.
You forget about the trapdoor that I punched through.
Luck. That's what that is.
Yeah. Made a real pretty explosion of all kinds of sparks and stuff. And magic energy.
And you want to do that again?
Let's not say we did.
Okay. Probably just going to flip the bed over. I found this.
Another trapdoor. This place has all sorts of trapdoors, it seems.
Does it look trapped at all?
I definitely think that's a good question. Going off of Vanya's perception check, the answer is yes. There is a draconic rune upon it. Etched within it, Vanya, you can vaguely read. It spells out one word: paralysis.
Yeah, that's trapped alright.
Do we have a way to get rid of it, or am I doing what I normally?
You do what you normally do, and you might not be able to move.
Yeah, well.
You know what? I might have something for this.
It's up to you.
Okay.
To be
God's
quite
help
fair,
in this case.
all I know how to do is create illusions.
Oh, no, wait, that won't work. Never mind, I forgot.
Oh, you don't have anything?
Anything I have is magical.
Okay, stand back.
He's going to explode himself, isn't he?
Before the arcane lock, dear brother. He walked headfirst into 5, 6, 7 traps. If anyone can do it, it's gonna be him.
Oh.
All right.
Kroby's just
Correct.
going to look up. One of them was a fireball, and he's going to pull the door open.
Nothing happens when you pull open the door. But below, you can see there are, in fact, Everburn lights down below. And a set of wood stairs. They're decrepit, kind of nasty, and rotted away. But you can also see that there's something else down there. Shelves, something glittering.
Okay. I'm going to go down first. Tie a rope off. I can fly once. So if the things give way, but I'll see what I can see. Unless can anyone else fly?
No.
Once I'm out of this room, I can.
Okay. Do you want to go first then, or I don't want to. You see Kroby just kind of looking at you like, I don't want to do what I normally do. I'm trying to be good about it.
Alright, you know what? Since Emerald's kind of useless up here, or in here,
Yes.
you stay up here, I'll go down.
Okay. And he'll hand you the other end of the rope, just in case.
Yep, she'll start making her way down.
All right. As you move down, I need you to make me I need you to make me a Constitution save, please.
Yeah, I figured that. 19, dirty 20.
That's pretty fucking good. Damn. Okay. The first step you take on these wood stairs, these planks, you can feel the wood almost give a bit with your footstep. You hear it creaking. Parts of it seem to fall to the floor below, but it doesn't break initially. You can feel the tips of your fingers and toes tingle with a sensation of numbing. You start to lose feeling in them, but you're able to press onward. You continue down further and further, and it feels like that numbing sensation is going up your arm a bit. As you go in, you see the shelves, and what glitters upon them. There's rows upon rows upon rows of alcohol.
She's going to tie the rope around her waist if there's enough of it left. And call up that if they don't hear anything from her in a couple minutes to pull her up. Like, quite literally pull her up.
Okay, can do. What do you see?
Bottles, but it's the sensation I'm feeling that has me more worried.
Oh, okay, it wasn't on there, it was in the room. Alright, hurry up.
And she's going to grab one of the bottles to take a better look at it.
Okay. You pull it into your hand and dust off some of the cobwebs and dust and debris that's still on it. And you see no label on the glass, but you're welcome to uncork it if you so choose. But you do see that just inside the bottle itself, there's this thick, it has almost a viscous texture to it, like syrup.
Going to uncork it and take a small sniff.
That is definitely alcohol. It is. There's something very sweet and luring about it. It fills your senses completely and makes your eyes just flutter a bit. It's strong, very strong. Your legs begin to have that numbing sensation up to the knee. I need you to make another Constitution save, please.
17.
Pass. You're able to continue resisting the sensation, though it almost feels like static now as your limbs feel like they're going dead, as if you sat on them for hours.
She's going to grab a second bottle and yell up to Kurobe to start pulling her up.
Okay. Did you get everything you need? And he's going to start pulling.
We'll explain when I'm up there.
Okay. And yeah, he's just hand over hand pulling her up and getting her out of there.
All right. You're able to return back up to the top without any troubles. You moved quickly. You have 2 bottles, very large bottles, mind you, in hand. Each of them probably at least like 10 pounds big.
So what'd you get?
Down here. Bunch of these down here. It smells like alcohol.
Kroby's just going to pick one up and uncork it and smell it.
I would suggest not drinking anything that's that old.
I smelled it.
I didn't bring it up to drink. I brought it up to investigate it a little bit more. Numbing sensation. The longer you stay down there, and the worse it gets, the longer you stay down there.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's. Shall we find another exit then?
I can go down.
You're the only one strong enough to pull us back.
Yeah, I'm sure between the 3 of you, you could pull me up. I don't weigh that much. Besides, I plan on walking out. Sorry, what was that, Spec?
You can take the elevator back down to the street.
Yeah.
I was about to point that out. There's an elevator right there.
Yeah. Here, hand me the bag of holding, and I'll go and put everything I can into it quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll hand it over and go to check on Zephyr.
So we're just going to allow him to go and shovel more bottles into a magical sack that as soon as he brings it up is no longer magical.
That is a good point, thank you. I forgot about that. Kurobe, just grab those 2 and let's go.
But if that works, like everything else we already had is already gone, I think it reconnects.
Well, let's rule it as such. When you're in an anti-magic field, it is a normal sack. You have no access to the pocket space that it provides. When you are outside the anti-magic field, it becomes a bag of holding as normal. However, you do not have access to the things you put inside it as a normal sack when you make that transition.
You know what? Fair. Yeah, just grab those 2 bottles, and I don't think we technically don't even need them, but...
Yes.
Was that all that was down there?
Was that all that was down there? Just bottles?
Yes. You've come across the most prized possession of the once former occupant here. Really good booze.
Yep. Yep, that's it.
Their
Hold
private
on.
spirits
I
farm.
have to make a roll.
Oh no.
This is an actual flaw for Kurobe.
You got a drink?
No.
No.
He has to go. He's going down. He's going down for more. He loves great alcohol.
It is likely rotten.
Do you not see the size of these fucking bottles? We don't need more. We don't even need these. I just grabbed them because I'm curious about all this.
Look, 2 more. I'll be right back.
No.
Roby, the only thing I imagine is on your mind is what does it take to get a dragon into party mode with booze? What does it take?
Yeah,
You gotta
no.
know.
Yeah. So Kurobe's like, oh, look, I'll be right back. And he's going to run down the stairs.
Oh, he didn't even tie the rope.
No, he didn't.
Okay, give me the Constitution save, pretty please.
I'm confident in this, so. Alright, that is a 26.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You barely notice the tingling in the extremities of your fingers and toes as you just saunter on down there and pick up a couple more bottles. How many do you want to take? You can take as many as you'd like.
Well, how big are they? Like, I'm
10
gonna
pounds each.
probably I'm
Yeah,
probably
like
gonna
that-
get like 2 or 3 in each arm and just come back upstairs.
God.
Yeah, that's fair. The bottles, for reference, when I say they're 10 pounds, they're probably about as long as Vanya's torso.
Yeah, I'm thinking like the giant sake bottles from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Alira, this is a perfect example of an idiot man.
What? I said I'd be right back. And he's just standing there holding like 6 bottles.
In regards to
Don't need all
booze,
that.
This is a once in a lifetime thing.
This whole entire thing is a once in a lifetime thing. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
we need that many.
And I have had youthful phases like this, and this is entirely adolescent behavior. And you were a grown
Look.
man.
Look, there are very few things that I love more than good booze, and that smelled divine. I'm going to take as much of it as we can.
And it probably is rotten.
That did not smell rotten.
Just
If
smells
you're-
strong. But
If your stomach starts churning and you're evacuating your stomach of your lunch later on, I will not feel sorry for you.
neither will
Fair.
I.
And he's going to pick up the other 2 bottles with his hands. Okay, let's go. We can put it in the bag of holding downstairs. He's going to walk towards the elevator.
Is there no other exit besides the trapdoor in the elevator?
The trapdoor, for context, is not even an exit. It is just an end. Like it is
Like a storage
A
space.
cellar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cellar.
And the elevator is the only way out of this particular room. Of course, it looks like that the massive arched windows could open up. You have to recall who the former occupant is. You probably didn't actually want to walk that much.
All right,
Oh,
Vanya,
elevator.
add 8 bottles of giant dragon liquor and various feathers to the pack of holding.
Let's change the name to that to Dragon Absinthe, so you have an idea of precisely
Dragon
what you
absinthe.
described.
Ooh.
Oh, fucking shit. Okay.
Alright.
Vanya's
Down we
just
go.
gonna scoop Zephyr up and go onto the elevator.
Imbral's following.
Zephyr is like dead weight as you try and scoop him up. He's just completely flopped over as if he was sick, and then the moment he gets inside the elevator, he scrambles back onto his feet and he's fine.
Just going to give him scritches on the way down.
Mm.
He is happy.
He's a very happy puppy.
You return to the streets. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say making sure that everyone's on before we make an exit.
Certainly. Return once
Sorry,
more.
y'all.
It's more to the streets, and you find yourselves still in the entertainment district, but now quite a bit farther from where you are. As you continue through this space, there is one last stop you happen to find. You enter into this, what appears to be a district square. Crystalline structures lined up in a circular pattern. They're like pillars, but very distinctly just massive gems standing tall in the center of this place. Establishments, markets, all sorts of buildings and structures of the like surround it, and almost all of their the storefront faces towards the center. The pillars are shaped like obelisks surrounding a glyph carved into the stone of the ground in a neat circle, and each pillar possessing draconic runes carved within. The runes seem to specify different locations, but the specific names are unusual, stating more of, it looks like a title rather than a place. Or is it a place? I'm not sure. But you can discern that perhaps they point to different directions. Because much like a compass, is each pillar aligns with a cardinal direction. Meaning that there is 8 in total.
What does the glyph in the center look like?
The glyph in the center is... it looks like a magic circle. If you want to go ahead and, if anyone wants to try an Arcana check.
Yes, please.
I don't have the intelligence for such things.
That sucks for you, my guy.
Look, a neg 1 and everything.
We deserve each other.
A neg 1, those are rookie numbers.
Where were these dice rolls last night? That's a nat 20.
Damn.
God, where were they indeed? Nat 20 does perfect for you. Vanya, this is... the pillars are marked with symbols representing each district of the city, specifically named by some means of the Dragon Empire's sort of etymology. Not etymology, however they speak. And the circle they surround is an ancient form of a teleportation magic. This used to be, or rather, probably still is, the teleportation circle. Used to get around the city rapidly.
Okay.
But there is one thing with your nat 20 that you'll notice. With time and age, the magic is decayed and broken down. The crystalline obelisk, though still faintly glowing with that same magic, that strange blue, is broken. The nature of the magic.
So while still theoretically active, if we were to try to use it, shenanigans could ensue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if shenanigans should ensue, we should at least do it all together, yes?
That's kind of the thing. It could separate us, or it could just shred us.
Hmm.
Not exactly sure what might happen, but
Well, I am not exactly a fan of the idea of being shredded, nor am I a fan of all of us getting separated. So I think that wherever it is that we're trying to go, we find the direction of that thing and just walk. And as long as that might take.
How long do you figure it might?
I don't know. This place is a maze. I think some of it on purpose and some of it not, given the circumstances that befell this place.
yeah, and our one person who could repair these stones is missing. Unless I think she might have been able to repair them.
Or at least know how exactly they would interact, at least by looking at them. I'm no arcanist.
Did Arya ever tell Vanya where Rune's lab would have been? District-wise?
District-wise, yes. She would have explained it would have been in the science area, also known as Elun.
And that is what she is going to look for on these stones.
And sure enough, it's listed. Look at the obelisk, and you notice that within, deep inside the crystal, it's a crack that seems to jet through it like lightning and reflect the low blue light.
Damn. Would have been so much easier if we could have used this. I mean, unless you all want to give it a try. But
I don't really have anything that we can try it with.
Crowley's just going to smile.
But found the direction we need to go.
Then in that direction we shall head.
Using it as a compass, we continue onward.
Mm-hmm.
You find that the direction it takes you is towards the tree, closer to the trunk, from where the roots originate. As you cross through the streets, you find yourself exiting this one area and entering another. Delving deeper into the ancient city, the Lucky Sevens follow a path paved in rustic stonework, moss, and vine.
Why do I get a bad feeling about this?
Because we get a bad feeling about everything.
Have you noticed that tree is getting closer?
Yes. We're deliberately walking towards it. That typically tends to happen. Unless, of course, you all have a better idea of not deliberately walking towards it, so then we would very likely not find what we're looking for.
Well, if we're going towards the science place, maybe someone was studying a tree that got out of hand when everybody died.
Doesn't much matter if we don't leave this without the platinum.
Yes.
Well, there's that too.
Yep.
So, does anybody see any platinum around in the immediate vicinity? No?
No.
Then onward we go. I start walking down because, or walking in because at this point, forward march seems to be the best way to end up going it, rather than sitting just here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Groby's with Alira.
Very same.
Very well. Somehow, with barely any lights, plant life flourishes like a jungle here and blooms in exotic and otherworldly arrays. The leaves are of such deep green that they're nearly black, with hints of bioluminescence flickering across their vines. You notice that there's a dampness in the air that is palpable, a slight mist of water sprayed from an unseen current into the valley of the gardens before you, and you're chittering with insects about you, but you can't see them with your eyes. There's a mysterious sense of isolation here that's oddly calming, except the horrors you see seem to be somewhat at bay for the moment. Alira, this is more your charge. Go ahead and roll me a 1d6, pretty please.
That's one.
Very well.
Going all across, going all across on this dice at this point.
As you roam through the gardens, you come across a beautiful patch of glowing flowers, gently coating the area in a blue hue. There's a sense of peace and serenity here, and you can't help but notice there are no strange or aberrant insects that have made their home here. Nothing's necessarily chittered apart, nothing is chewed on, nothing covered in strange slimes. You begin to feel yourself growing drowsy.
Trouble?
Just nervous.
You nervous?
I am capable of the experience, yes.
You just never had expressed it before, that's all.
I am trying to end up ascertaining as to what we can end up at this point, given the whole idea of lab and a tree. She looks to Kurobe.
And flowers that we should not touch.
I didn't move.
Given that you wanted to pick the flowers up at the surface, I figured it was a statement that needed made.
I want to pick these too, but I'm not because you guys told me not to.
It makes so much sense. How did I not see it before?
Care to explain?
It was something that's confused me for a while, but now I finally understand. When a male on the surface ends up offering a bouquet of flowers near to a woman, this is not a point of fancy, but a declaration of war, an intention of death. Oh, how did I not see that?
No.
You don't touch the flowers because they can end up causing harm. Offering one flowers is expressing an intent to cause one this or that person harm, even foregoing the risk of one's own body.
No, Alira. The reason I want to pick them is because usually they don't try to kill you and they're just pretty and smell good. These flowers are weird. Normally you give flowers because they smell good and are pretty.
Which is usually an indication of the person who is receiving them also being pretty.
Yes. Pretty things for pretty people.
You don't have to speak like a child.
I did speak like a child.
He is a child.
And I'm offended. And Crowley's gonna walk off.
I'm also going to continue walking.
Yeah?
Very well. If I could have you all make me a... Can you all make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Sure.
Now, you did say something about drowsy. Is this magically trying to put any of us to sleep?
That's a good question, Imbrel. Go ahead, and if you want, on top of that, roll me a nature or survival check.
Ooh.
I can assist
Rolled
with
an
both.
11.
I have
27.
a +1 in survival.
And you'll have an assist from me. So.
Okay, so advantage. Alright.
Yep.
Kurobe, you save.
That's a 13 on survival.
You've never seen flowers like this before in your life.
Mm.
It's so odd that they glow. They smell really, really pretty, and they look pretty and make you want to look at Alira. And you just feel so dreamy right now. Go ahead and roll me that.
Yeah, the reason I say that is I would have advantage on anything trying to put me to sleep. Or can't be magically put to sleep because elf.
Yep.
What if it wasn't magical?
Oh, well, then that would be something I would have to contend with. I don't get advantage, it's just magic can't put me to sleep. Anything else can put me to sleep, though.
It is a natural substance, so go right ahead and roll me that Constitution save.
All right.
16.
Ooh, that's a nice number. That is a 21.
And, I need to make it for Zephyr, too.
Yep.
Oopsies.
What was Alira's check?
11.
Okay.
Zephyr has a 21.
So you all continue on. Alira, the rest of the group seems to pace further ahead of you. And you feel yourself just feeling sleepy, calm, and find yourself yawning, and everything just feels nice and it smells nice, and you just kind of want to lay down for a second. And just slowly begin to sink down.
I would be making sure that she's keeping pace. As soon as she starts to look like she's going to attempt to lay down in the grass, as it were, I'm going to rush back to her side. Are you all right? Alira, he just kind of pats you on the cheek a little.
Oh, what?
Are you all right?
Ik had het zich me net het tillfället.
I don't understand. He starts walking you towards the rest of the group.
She is not walking. She is out like a baby.
Oh.
Now, here's a strange curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I am misremembering something, those who are elves, this should be an impossibility.
Well, this isn't magical. That's what they were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
This is a natural thing.
However, I am trying to double check if it actually states that it has to be.
Yeah, it specifically states in the racial trait that magic cannot put you to sleep.
Yep.
You have an advantage on saving throws against. And magic can't put you to sleep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Yep, that's what we were discussing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
I guess I missed that portion of it. It's just never occurred to me that elves might actually sleep. I was literally under the impression that they almost exist with no sleep whatsoever. They might sleep once every 100 years.
Well,
Ah,
she's out like a light
well-
right now.
yeah, there you go. There's your 100-year mark. Congratulations.
Well, I'm going to bed. See you guys.
Ambril has kind of taken to carrying her on his back now.
I've rolled a dice. It is in the chat in Roll20. Alira, you are going to be asleep for 4 hours.
You alright, Emerald? Is she alright?
She's out cold, unconscious.
Are you going to be okay carrying her? She does wear a lot of armor.
Should be fine. I may
Okay.
not necessarily look strong, but I am fairly lean. Besides, it kind of looks romantic, don't you think?
Not
Can't
her on
argue
your
that.
back. Carrying her princess style, maybe.
Yeah, like this, and he sweeps up Arya, or not Arya, Vanya.
Yes, but that's impractical. At the moment.
Exactly.
What if I need
But
my hands for
down.
something such as climbing?
Then you can set her down.
Or then move her around to your back or something.
Yeah,
Or,
I doubt you're going to try climbing with her. She's not exactly holding on to your back.
Yeah, in that case, let Kurobe have her and he'll fly her up.
And we'll cross that impasse when we get to it. I am fine otherwise.
Krobe will sit Vanya down and just be smirking, watching those two watching Emerald carry her off. It is kind of cute.
Yeah, it is.
And I'll start following behind.
You continue through the patch, the flowers spanning for a couple hundred yards before finally make your way out. For all of you that passed the check, the save, you continue feeling that drowsiness, that tiredness. By the end of the walk, you're basically dragging your feet despite your efforts to resist. And that feeling continues for another 120 feet or so as you find the path once more. Makes you wonder for what purpose something like that would exist.
Oh. I really wanted to lay down there for a minute.
Yep, that's definitely a strong one. Protection of some kind. Thwart invaders.
Either that or it could just be how that plant survives. I've seen plants that trap things and eat them. Maybe that just makes things fall asleep and they never wake up and they feed the plant life.
All the more reason for us to move on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Certainly not risking that.
I don't know about you, but I never stopped walking.
Though Lyra will be out cold for another 4 hours.
In which case,
like to take...
yeah, we could find some place to get a rest if we can. Find some place safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure enough, there are plenty of outcroppings here within these gardens, this jungle, this forest area beneath the ground, and cliffs with overhangs and small structures of decayed temples allow for pretty easily defensible areas where you can bottleneck any sort of creatures might try and maybe attempt to hunt you all. You settle down, and it takes some time, but Lyra, you eventually awaken again.
Good morning. Sleep ahead. Are you all right, Alira?
Well, that was unusual.
We're safe for the moment.
What happened?
Sorry, what?
What happened?
You fell asleep. Unconscious. Wasn't sure that Drow actually slept, actually.
Who poisoned me?
The pretty flower.
We suspect it's the flowers, anyway. Traveling through
The
them,
one I
all of us.
distinctly did not pick.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We made certain of that, as well as the rest of us also started feeling a bit drowsy as we were walking through, so I took it upon myself to carry you.
I'm never gonna live this down.
Live what down?
The shame I have brought upon my house, though.
Your house isn't allowed to sleep?
To be carried by my potential mate.
Oh, that's what... That's not a bad thing.
To the
Houses have fallen for less.
Well.
Oh wait, remember, I said that what's normally normal to us is opposite for them.
to the surface world, it is considered somewhat gentlemanly for someone to carry someone who is either drunk or fallen asleep as a way to get them to safety.
I take his hand? No, he's going to need that. But how do we... I need them all to end up getting out of here, but there can't be any witnesses.
Are you speaking to yourself?
What? I'm sorry.
You are speaking
Sorry,
aloud.
just lost in thought, trying to end up figuring out how to end up preventing this catastrophe.
No
Oh,
catastrophe
it already
was
happened.
had. If you'd like, we shall never speak of it again. And if I should carry you across a threshold to a home in which we have made ours, then I'll let you carry me across it.
That is a custom for us.
Savages, the lot of you!
I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. I'm attempting to understand, and I'm attempting to inform you of the differences between the surface and the Underdark, and I am trying to be a gentleman.
Alira.
I love how Imbral's trying so hard. I absolutely love him in that regard. The responses I feel that she has to end up giving. Oh, this is just diggy hole.
Yeah. Crowley's gonna walk up. Alira. You have
No,
very strong...
We are not to speak of it. We are not to speak of it.
No, I am not speaking of that. You have very strong and rigid traditions where you come from. And most of them are as strange to us as ours are to you. You have to try to meet in the middle.
You're okay to be angry with him.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the first time I got hit for something I said. He can't say it, so I'm going to.
I could perfectly fine speak for myself.
Yeah, but I doubt you would say that, because it would start something.
How does it change you saying it, though? Because it's still going to start something.
I'm okay with it, though. And if it helps them in the long run, I don't mind a black eye.
Yeah, can I attempt a sneak check at this point? Just because as they have managed to distract themselves on arguing this, Lyra's like, getting the fuck out of this conversation. I will take my chances with the dungeon.
Oh, notice you said sneak attack. I thought you were going to sucker punch Kurobe. I was like, I was going to let it happen anyway, so...
Roll stealth with advantage.
Maybe Imbral's distracting them on purpose.
What'd you get?
That's a nat 20.
Well...
24.
No, and look, see,
Jesus.
Alira, where the fuck did... And he's just going to start looking around.
What did Kaz teach that woman? I didn't even see her leave.
You're welcome.
Okay, look, let's just go. I mean, are we done resting, or are we getting some more sleep?
That is completely up to you all. I am fit and raring to go.
It's up to you, Vanya.
I'm fine.
Okay, I'm good. And Kurobe's just going to draw his sword, light it up like a torch, and head on further. Trying to figure out where the hell the ninja went.
Imbril just kind of calls out, "We're moving forward." Try not to get lost.
The rest of the lucky sevens follow. Next, who hasn't rolled yet? Obviously, our missing players, but
I haven't rolled
Tonight
today.
or period?
period. Vanya, you haven't yet?
I haven't today. I did roll last week.
Okay, we'll have you roll today then.
Okay.
1d6, negate a 1 if you get that.
5.
5. Ooh. You continue along this paved path, the jungle's growing thicker, more prevalent. The strange and the alien features of it growing more prominent. And Alira, you're well enough ahead, but even as you look through all of these different plants and small insects you find in the earth, oddly enough, you don't recognize a single one. None of these things look like anything you've seen in the Underdark before. Vanya, and the rest of the Lucky Sevens will all gather together again and find yourselves within a greenhouse of some kind. The tall walls, these tall pillars, are connected with an encasing of a glass of some sort. Some surviving the test of time, debris that has fallen upon it, where there's an isolated weather pattern from the rest of the gardens above you. As you pass through it, you see that there is a rain cloud. Here, as the cloud layer shifts and tumbles roughly 50 feet above you, the clouds are dark and heavy with rain and can contain their own thunder and lightning in these microbursts, flashing. Just these short shocks. As you press further in, you discover the source of the rainstorm. At the end of the greenhouse is a series of floating stones, moving almost mechanically in the air in geometric patterns. They move almost in this, appears to be a cyclical motion, some going up and down, and others going side to side, and a low hum emanating from them as they move. The stones are engraved with opaline crystal and wrapped in platinum bands, glowing with a magical light, the same blue hue that you've seen elsewhere. They have small altars carved within them, in which it appears you can place objects within, as if a small little stage, and are engraved with a similar etchings for the alchemical symbols of the elements and 3 principles. It's at this point that I gotta post something in the Discord for you all to look at.
Ooh.
Ooh, fancy, fancy.
Yeah, otherwise you're not gonna understand what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
4 elements in the 3 principles, as you can see. Upon a plaque before you, written in true Draconic, is a text. The sun rises up, rain pours down, winds clash forth, winter comes around.
Could you say that last part again?
The sun rises up. Rain pours down. Winds clash forth. And winter comes around.
And is that what, with the symbols that we're looking at, is that the pattern in which they're kind of flowing in?
Not necessarily. The stones are not actually moving in those patterns, but rather you see that the stones themselves are engraved. There's one stone for each of the 4 elements and the 3 principles.
Okay.
And they're engraved as such.
Well, rain is definitely significant with water. And wind for air, of course.
Sun could be fire easily.
And winter comes around.
So to get the idea, these are marks that are on things that are floating around.
Yes. It seems that the stones are operating as a machinery. And that machinery is magical and based on the principles and the elements that they're engraved with. They have different effects.
Can I see the one that has the symbol of the sun or that's made of gold?
That's not part of them. I just said the 3 principles and the 4 elements.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
You're okay. The picture I posted was more of a reference, so you didn't get confused.
Right.
Sun rises up. Which one has the symbol for fire on it?
The one that has the symbol for fire on it.
God. I was gonna be more specific about it, and then it just kind of skipped my brain as I went to go speak. Like, great, thank you, head.
I got you. You're able to identify it within the, let's say 4, 5, 6, 7 stones that are floating about.
Okay.
Well, fire and sulfur would make something burn.
Yeah.
So if that, so in how that they're floating, is there a pattern to which they're floating? Because I'm having a hard time visualizing that a little bit.
There was no specific pattern. It doesn't seem like the pattern. It doesn't seem like the pattern doesn't so much matter. Is more of the reference of the fact of whether or not they are active at the moment. The ones that are active at the moment includes water.
Okay. Then if we were to touch one that says, like, fire, would that activate it? Maybe?
You touch it.
I mean, Anvil's gonna do that.
You touch it, and it doesn't activate it per se. You notice.
What if I hold my sword? Oh, sorry.
No,
go ahead.
You're on the right track. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, what if I hold my sword that's on fire underneath, so the fire touches the stone?
When you touch the one with your flaming sword under the fire one, it begins to move. And you notice that the stone that is currently moving for water suddenly stops in midair, and the firestone begins to move. And above you, the weather transitions. The sun. You're not sure where the light is emanating from. It's just this sense of sunlight.
Okay, maybe that's the sun rises.
All right. So in the order of the sun rises up, the rain pours down, winds clash forth, and winter comes around. That seems like a logical order to the puzzle. To find something in this room? Or at least the cycle of things? At least the
Should we
cycle
pour water on the water rock next?
I mean, that seems like a logical step.
Yeah?
How do we put wind on the air one, though?
I have an idea for that. I'm going to walk over to Lagan.
He looks down at you. Yes?
Can I borrow your fan for a moment?
I suppose. And he pulls it out.
Thanks, big guy. And I'll just I'll hit him in the shoulder like a love tap. And okay, I've got wind covered. If it gets to that, we just got to figure out ice. I have a way to do that, but it's really expensive.
Well, winter specifically, and winter. It may have something to do with the earth's element, but I'm not certain.
And you notice around you that within the greenhouse, flowers begin to bloom. They're not flowers that you identify, but they're doing so rapidly.
Huh.
Okay. If nobody else will do it, I'll do it. I'm going to pull out my water bag and pour on water on the water thing.
Okay. When you do, the firestone stops moving, slowing down from its shifting in the air, and the water stone, shaped like a cup, begins to move in circular motion, as if stirring a pot. And above you, the weather changes into this light drizzle, and soon shifting again into a downpour. You are all soaked, and the flowers slowly wilt as they are also soaked and pelleted with these giant water drops.
Okay, then.
All right.
Winds?
And I'm going to hold up the fan. I'm going to go up to the windstone. I'm going to use the fan and just make it blow air.
Very good. And as you do, the rain does not stop, but you notice that their weather shifts again into it raining sideways now with an intense rush of air around you, almost like a gust, a maelstrom kicking up. Can everyone make me a quick strength DC?
Quick
Strength saving throw, please.
Strength
Sure.
saving throw. Ooh, yikes. That's all of 9.
23.
I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying.
I rolled an 8, so 17.
Zephyr is 16.
Very good. What's Alira's?
So right now, fire, air, water, earth, we end up having covering.
Well, you're making a strength saving throw right now.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to figure out this puzzle. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Me
Plus
too.
side strength. Give Given the fact that it's literally my worst stat, I think I still got a half decent roll. Yeah, +1, dirty 20.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yay!
Imbril, I'm so sorry. As this maelstrom picks up, all of you just turn around to see Imbril suddenly fall to the ground and dragged into this micro tornado that picks up, and he's just whipped around like a rag doll for half a second before he's tossed into one of the pillars within the greenhouse.
Please,
Imbril,
please tell
Can I
me we
catch him?
hear a please tell me we hear a Wilhelm scream.
Imbril,
Can I catch him?
as you, yeah, you can. Go ahead and make me. Oh gosh, what would this be?
Sounds
I
like
think
an athletics. But...
Yeah, I'm gonna go with athletics. That's good. It's not a high difficulty.
that's also another dirty 20. 15 plus 5.
Nice.
Great. You catch him. He slams into you. You both topple to the ground. Imbril, you're able to reestablish some footing. Go ahead and remake that strength DC, please.
Okay. 11?
How?
How? How indeed.
You're dragged back into the storm almost immediately as this tornado ranges near you. This little micro tornado, this dust devil ranges near you, drags you by your ankles, and starts just swishing you around on the ground.
He starts
You
yelling,
just-
solve the damn puzzle!
you're
Someone
just
figure
skidding.
out Winter, and I'm
God.
going to. Can I reach up and grab Emerald and try to pull him out?
You can. Go ahead and make me an athletics check.
Okay.
And bro, this is miserable. You're being whipped around in the mud.
Yes, and I.
That's a
hate
30.
You grab him basically by the scruff and pull him out of the tornado. The tornado disconnects from the ground and lands elsewhere away from you all. Imbril, you're soaked. You're covered in mud. Everything is terrible right now, and it's still fucking raining.
Ugh.
Okay, how do we do Winter? And I'm just going to set Emerald down. Look, if you feel like you're getting light on your feet, tell me and I'll hold you again.
The only element left is earth, so let's just put some mud on it or something.
There are also the 3 principles available to you.
Yep. To be fair, I don't know which one is associated with winter at all.
It sounds like a Service Worlders thing. Let's see here. I have not known. What would be a good roll to see if I can get some kind of insight into what it's asking?
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Go
Yeah.
ahead and roll investigation then, or just a basic intelligence check.
I'm gonna spend a luck.
Okay.
That is a 17.
That'll work
70.
for a decent hint here. Alchemy has always been symbolic. It's always been symbolic, and as much as the 4 elements are pretty self-explanatory, what isn't self-explanatory are the 3 principles. Sulfur represents the body. Salt represents the body. Sulfur represents the mind. What does that make Mercury?
Spirit.
What does winter represent in all pagan tradition?
Oh, solstices and stuff, and
The renewing
No,
of the
they're-
spirit?
Raymond, this is your wheelhouse.
I know. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it because it depends on what tradition you're looking at, but it's usually the end, closing out, death.
There you go. What do you need to represent winter?
Salt and mercury?
You said the flowers wilted, right?
Yep.
Gonna grab
Ooh.
some and put it on the stone.
Which one?
The one either with Earth or Mercury on it.
Tell me which one you try first.
Mercury.
Okay. As the wind and maelstrom continues on, you notice that everything kind of stops for a moment. Mercury stone also does not move, but everything else stops. There's a missing ingredient here. You have it mostly right, but you probably didn't put the right thing.
Yeah.
What is winter known for?
Cold?
Ding ding.
Oh, something cold. Like ice. Has ice started to form in this space or no?
No.
Vonnie's gonna go dig
We
in his
have the bag of
holding.
colding. We have the bag of
No.
colding. Get something cold.
Hang on,
Oh,
hang
go
on.
ahead.
Better thought. This has been in our bag for the longest fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me my net just decided to fuck off again.
Are you okay?
Raven, are you okay? Are you okay, Raven?
Raven's internet is being dumb.
Yeah.
Yep. Hold, please.
Come on, connect. Reconnect. Come on. You can connect. Come on, let's go.
What was it you were reaching for in the back of holding?
My apologies, our internet's being stupid. She is pulling out the Wendigo heart
Oh.
that stays cold. We don't have to use any of our rations or anything that we have in the bag of colding. And that's what she puts on it.
And as you do, the stone of Mercury begins to move again. But this time, unlike all the other stones, it spins slowly in place. And everything quiets down. It's still winter as you feel the first few drops, snowflakes upon you. You look up and soon the greenhouse is covered in a thin layer of snow. And all of you, in the completion of a cycle, the light emanates from all of the stones in a short flash, a glitter. You have advantage on your next wisdom saving throws.
Ooh.
How about that?
So before we continue through the gardens, I think now is a good point to go ahead and call for a break.
Sounds
We'll
good to
see
me.
what's next.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll be back soon, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. We return with the Lucky Sevens in the pits of the draconic city of Zarana, currently investigating and trying to make their way towards the epicenter, the Science District. Also, the epicenter, the dreaded roots that plague and twist through the city. At the moment, they are meandering through the gardens, and recently come across some interesting finds. So, getting back into it. With this new sense of wisdom and comprehension about you, you find yourselves nearing the end of these gardens. You can see very, very distantly, a few miles out, there's the opportunity for rest. Continue through and find a greenhouse, another one, forcing you to make your way through the passage itself. They're massive trees, as ancient as time itself, that have petrified into solid stone and turned to a fine grain of sand beneath you. As you wander through this place, you see the path ahead is marked with stone steps 10 feet apart from each other. The flora surrounding them growing and decaying rapidly. In the distance, you can identify an altar centered in the middle of the greenhouse and heavily obscured by the aberrant roots. Looking at it, it seems that there is something within the altar. There's a magical effect causing the ground to shift and change like this. You could walk by it, but beyond that altar itself, the stone pavement is consumed by the withering and blooming ground.
I suppose we have to put a stop to all of the flora here, since there's not a clear path forward. I'm gonna go up to the altar and start examining it for signs of a thing to solve.
Okay, as a note, the path ahead is marked with stone steps, and each step is 10 feet apart. So, you're basically having to jump across to each step. I'm gonna have you roll me a quick athletics check. Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, it's actually something I'm kind of good at. Yes, athletics. Ooh, that's a 15 plus 5, dirty 20.
More than sufficient. This is no issue. You are effectively just lunging across, taking wide steps and with a little hop, almost like you're bouncing from stone to stone. When you arrive, you notice that in the altar is, it appears to be the aberrant roots twisted around something within it. There's a faint glow beneath all of them. Some small pillar, a staff.
I'm kind of just going to reach out my hand to grab it.
What are you doing, bro? Vision flashes before your eyes again. You go somewhere. somewhere you've never been before. For a fleeting moment, you are home. Parents' home. It's before they moved. A child again. You look around the house, but you can't find your mother. When you go outside, you open the door. To see something burning. You open the door to see your home burning. Your sister. Her hand reaching out from the flames.
Allie.
Close to you.
He starts just calling her name, trying to reach for her. Allie! I'm here. And he's reaching out.
And the rest of you see Imbrel begin to call out for Vanya's sister and begin to step towards the withering and blooming ground.
The second Vanya hears this, she is making her way over to stop him.
All right.
Yeah, I'll help.
Athletics
Or
check, all of you. The DC is 10.
Now, if I see Alira going, I'll let Alira do it.
That is 23.
Yeah, I got 24, so.
Alira and Vanya, both of you dash as soon as he makes his first motion away from the altar. And Alira, you reach him first, grab onto him, and pull him away from the withering and blooming ground. And Imbrel, you snap out of it.
Allie, oh. What was that?
What was what? You were walking towards that mess.
I saw Allie's house. Our house? It's a little fuzzy. She was calling for me. It was burning. I was there. I was reaching for her, but I couldn't reach her.
We heard you calling out for her, and you were starting to walk toward the plants there.
Oh. Then that's a very good thing. Don't touch the plants. Don't touch the altar. There's something there. Thank you.
When you look back at the altar, you see that the roots of the calamity are shifting, almost like barnacles. Little pieces splaying out as if they're searching for something. You hear a cracking through the root system. As the bark, dead and forgotten, splits apart to reveal what looks like muscle and veins. Blood begins to leak out of it, staining the bark. Or at least, it looks like blood.
Oh.
That's a lot.
What is No.
What do you mean now?
She gestures to it. Like,
It's a lot. It's, maybe the source of aberrations, I'm not sure.
Without touching it, Vanya's gonna go get a closer look at it.
When you do, you notice that inching your hand a little bit closer to it, the roots, the small tendrils of which seem to reach back out towards you, as if they're trying to seek you. No eyes, just a sense. They follow your hand around. Their movement is slow, almost like it's barely waking up. Vanya, this brings to a very good question. If I could have you roll Arcana, History, or Investigation, please.
I will roll investigation.
Okay.
Because she's smart.
She's very smart. That's a nat. It's not 20.
Nice. The Calamity was known as a weapon according to Arya's tale, but is known by the Lucky Sevens as something far more. Considering Imbril and Caleb's malady grants them their powers and what terrible sights you've all witnessed from the continued experimental operations using other fragments of the Calamity. It can be discerned that this massive root system of Zorana isn't so much dead as it is dormant. That dormancy can be interrupted by those tainted with its power. Man and beast alike. Imbril being here is what is waking this thing up. In the same way that Caleb did.
All the more reason to push forward and get the hell out of here as soon as possible.
There is another thing. As you move your hand around it, it seems that the splaying parts of the roots unwrap around whatever objects they were engrossed within on the altar, and you see that there is, in fact, what appears to be a staff in the center of it. Lodged within. It's still somewhat covered by the roots, but maybe if you cut through them, you could stop this mess of the plants growing and decaying, growing and decaying.
Well, since that was my original aim, I will take my sword.
No. No. I don't want you anywhere near this.
I'll do it.
Alright.
Kurobe, you remained behind. Go ahead and give me the athletics check to hop on over.
Sure.
It's a whole whopping DC 10.
I honestly I can't fail that, so I didn't even need to roll. Even if I roll a 1, I'm passing.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then you just bound on over. You take out your flaming sword, I imagine. You make the swipe, and when you do, the moment that your blade hits these, they shrink back, shrivel as if the burn singed by it, like a living thing. And Imbril, in your mind, you hear a shrill, but it's like an echo. No one else hears it.
You say there's a staff here.
Yes. You're
Okay.
able to, yep, you're able to.
No, I just wanted to make sure that while... Go ahead, Emerald. I'm sorry.
I was just making noises.
Yeah.
Appropriate thematically.
It was Discord, like... I was delayed and I interrupted you, and that's my bad. Now, there's a... If there's a staff there, I'm going to try to pull the staff out.
Okay. You grab hold of it and realize that it's not lodged in there or glued or anything. It just, you pull it out, and the staff is a little bit short and seems to be cut on one side, but when you pull it away and after cutting the roots, withering and the blooming stops and slows on the wither. And everything in the greenhouse is now dead. But you don't sense any sort of threat, touch or tread on it anymore. The staff you have is a staff of wither and bloom. You can put that in your inventory. I will create the item card in a moment.
Guys, I found a magic stick.
Magic sticks are usually called staffs, but yes. Well, I really don't have a use for a staff myself, but should fetch it.
We have a bunch of... Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff we have to go over and distribute. We need to do that after this.
Well, we'll get to it eventually.
When we find Arya and we go to sleep, when we wake up, we're doing that.
Preferably we'll be above ground.
Yes.
Preferably, yes.
And he'll hand you the stick to put in the bag.
She'll put it in the bag and then go over and check Emerald over. You sure you're okay?
It screeched.
You mean it screeched?
The vines that were attached to it, it screeched. I could hear it. You didn't hear it at all?
No.
Maybe it's just me then.
Well, you are attached to this place.
Maybe I'm hearing things.
It's a lot more complicated than that.
Be careful, the last time I hear things, something tried to disintegrate me.
I will keep that in mind. But, it may have to, like you said, be that I'm connected to this stuff. And he kind of gestures to the now withered, I imagine, sort of roots and things that are of an aberrant nature.
The parts that were cut off from the main rest of the vine are definitely withered, but not in the way that a plant would. It's more like it mummified. The rest of the vines seem to regrow the parts that were destroyed and root themselves back into the altar. I continue with little fingered tendrils reach out towards the rest of the group as if sniffing the air.
No, I think it's time for us to move on.
Yeah, not I'm gonna set it on fire again. And I don't want it to yell at you. So let's go.
I think that'll happen either way. We're headed towards the tree, after all.
Yeah, but if I don't have to make things happen in your head, I'm, trying to be nice.
The niceties is appreciated. But looking for the next way forward to the science district.
Yep.
Yep.
So you continue on. Eventually, find yourselves in a peculiar spot. You enter this space, almost like large platform, altar of some sort, and to the front of you, you happen to see that the way is completely grown over. While going to the other side, there's another path that leads up towards what appears to be a temple of some sort. There's rubble all around you. The space is dreary. You can see that these vines, these roots, intermingle with all of the plant life around. I'm going to have someone roll a perception check, pretty please.
Vanya?
Yes. Let's see here. 33.
33.
Ooh. That's a roasty toasty number.
Vanya, you hear it before you see it. A lurching sound in the distance, or rather all around you. Almost like something's gagging, drawling within the brush.
Well, I don't like the sound of that.
It's familiar. You are able to pinpoint. You see them before they see you.
Oh.
I will have everyone go ahead and, well, we're not quite there yet because they haven't seen you just yet.
So, y'all remember those things we fought earlier? There's more. Now, we can either fight them, or I can, do my little magic thing and we can sneak by.
That is up to you. But make your decision quick.
Emerald, Alira, what are your preferences?
If we can avoid it, that would be fantastic.
Alright. And she'll use Passes Out Trace, and we're going to try and sneak by.
All right. Everyone, roll me stealth checks.
Here we go.
Yeah, plus 10.
Yep, plus 10.
I'm spending a luck on that. Nat 20.
Ooh!
Managed to take it from a nat 1 to a nat 20.
Damn. Nat 20 for Vanya and nat 20 for Zephyr too.
Holy
Jesus.
I got a 21.
Good shit.
For Emerald. Let's see. So that's Pass Without Trace 2. That's a 26 total.
Nice.
So one more time, we got Imbril is a 26, Kurobe is 21.
And then 3 natural 20s.
3 natural 20s for totals of 30. Okay. And then
30 plus.
Well, 30 plus, yeah.
yeah, 30 plus.
Hot
Be
damn.
35 for Vanya and fuck if I know
Mhm.
Zephyr. Let me see here.
One more
31
thing.
for Zeph.
Got it. Damn. One more thing. Imbril, could you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh, and because we had that blessing from before, that's with an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yikers on a bikers. That.
Emerald.
Look, this man is not rolling well today. 7.
Oh,
Fuck.
The other dice was a natural 1.
bro, the DC was 10.
I know, bro.
Damn.
Can I, like, retroactively give him Bardic Inspiration for that?
No, it wasn't cold first. I have to go with it.
I know.
We'll see the effects. We'll see the effects because
Okay.
you might be able to manage this.
Okay.
Imbril, everyone else can see the one creature. Like all these other creatures. You see the one hidden that no one else can. Because it speaks to you. Direct.
Oh, that's a big boy. If you're saying something I'm not understanding.
Harold. I'm trying so hard.
Harold?
Did you understand that?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, good. All right, that's range. We got it. I can feel your presence. And this is telepath. Imbril.
Yes. I reach back out to it and say, leave us be.
You come to us. You come home.
And I must leave again. Leave us be. If you leave us be, we will not harm you.
Leave you be. Leave what's be. We are always with you. Bro,
Mm.
I'm gonna have you roll me a persuasion check
Okay.
or intimidation at your discretion.
Ooh, intimidation. I have a higher dice roll on. Oh, come on. That's 17 total.
Let me see. Let me see. That's not what I wanted. Let me just ignore that. I just want to roll a normal d20. Oh. You hear it in your mind again. It sounds almost sad.
Why? Why do you fight?
I'm not here for that.
Your brother is here. Your sister is here. With us.
I am going to invoke my awakened mind and telepathically speak with Vanya.
Okay.
It's speaking to me. We need to go.
She's gonna reach out and grab his arm and start leading them through.
Very well. And as you continue on, you begin to notice more and more of these things, and bro, probably you more so than everyone else, as you are connected. Their numbers slowly expanding, increasing. You move up and away. That direction. Sneaking on by these creatures. Successfully managing to evade them for a portion. And I will make one more perception check. Nope. Oh, did I roll? I rolled a 1d10. Whoops. Hi.
Spectre.
Hi. I have
Hi,
a standard.
we know how to use Roll20.
There we go. All right. Did anyone get below 22?
No.
Me, I think.
24.
Yeah, Kirby was at 21, but
I rolled
Yeah.
a net 20, so.
there were
on
3
the
nat 20s
previous
in
one.
this.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. You continue to march through this. By the time you reach the end, the very far wall towards the steps, the creatures At that point, Kurobe, they happen to passingly notice you. One shifting in your direction. Like a toad, it just adjusts itself in the mud, pulling itself from the roots to look at you. It's already too late. So we'll make it out.
Oof.
Towards the temple. You were safe for a moment. The creatures do not pursue.
That was close.
It was very close. A little too close for comfort. These things know I'm here.
Yeah.
They're drawing me in.
And we're not about to let that happen.
Staying focused on the mission.
Besides, you have me and Alira to keep you in mind.
Well, I may have scared it into letting us pass.
Well, only one way to find out.
Let's keep going. And Imbril is taking full charge. He's not looking back. He's not slowing down. He is moving forward as fast as he can, basically.
Perfect opportunity to ask you for a final roll to the area, but first, let me give you some insight at the temple. In one direction, the gardens stretch further into the deep tunnels as you saw before, leading into the underground networks, but you were certain you could be lost for miles within. The other direction, the one you took, you can see the city rises even higher, buildings even more Empyrean in design, with each pillar, each wall carefully chiseled into artistic patterns. The roofs of the building are completely transformed from the shingles of shale and clay you saw below in the slums to magnificent domes, and spires that act as the predecessor to the Lord's Palace of today. The path, let's see, it reminds you of the ancient legends of the dragons and giants, that before man or elf, the things that once ruled this world were gods. Now, paths are paved in crystal and gemstones as you walk them, noticing each building is carved with the facade of a magnificent dragon. Each one uniquely designed, showcasing their imperial prowess. Armor and weapons, their fangs and claws bar, immense battles against giants, depicting the victories of draconic war heroes and the kings who claimed that glory for their empire. Each gargantuan statue is predated by a plaque Rich with true Draconic is the hero in question, their eminence memorialized for all eternity. The visages of the statues are impeccable. The detail so fine, so precise. You can make out every fiber of feather, every scale, every ridge within the scale, every glint in the eyes, and chiseled marbled stone. And around them are the very delicate features of an element. And you find one. One that you recognize. Feathered creature. Long, with flowing mane. Scales. That reminisce. It seemed to shimmer with an opaline hue to it. Better than reflecting blue. The statue looks like General Rodriguez, his draconic form immortalized. And below the statue is a plaque of platinum, pure platinum, raked across with 3 distinct claw marks. But the runes are legible. To those who can read true Draconic, it states, Rodriguez the Sky Wraith, rider of the Cirrus Storm, slayer of the Firebrand clan.
Damn. Would have never expected he'd have his own statue down here.
What is...
What is what?
his own statue? I'm sorry, Specs. Maybe I missed who it was too, but
Rodriguez,
Rodriguez.
the general.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I definitely missed that name.
Yeah, general of the Grioran Empire's army.
Yeah.
So what's he doing down here?
He was.
Okay.
He knew Arya back then. Remember they were talking about it
No,
when we
I
first
know that.
And no one,
no.
I think technically, thematically, no one told Alira that General Rodriguez was a dragon, did they?
No.
No, that was something I had to discover with
with the queen or something.
With the queen.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. Emberl's kind of in awe.
Well, you think he'll understand if we steal his shiny plaque because we need the platinum?
maybe that's how he knew it was down here.
Unless we're gonna find bars of platinum,
If it's platinum, we take it.
I honestly don't think he'd mind.
I'll get my tools out, and I'll take off the platinum.
Easy enough. With the proper tools, you're able to excavate it from the stone. Takes a few hard clinks. And platinum comes loose. The plaque is, give or take, about, it's not very big at all. In fact, it's more human-sized than anything, possibly for the slaves to know who they're speaking to, the servants to understand the names. It's small enough, it fits roughly, trying to think, like A4 paper size is roughly what it is, printer paper size, but is approximately about 3 inches thick. It's pretty heavy for what it is. You can tell the metal is hard. Not quite like silver or gold, which have some malleability to it. You can bend with your fingers if you try hard enough, but platinum doesn't do that. Not at all. And you're able to store it away.
Is there any more plaques underneath other statues?
Almost certainly.
Grobe, unless someone stops him, is going on a looting spree and taking every plaque that he can for you guys.
Embril's gonna help.
Vanya at least wants to go around looking at the statues, studying them, seeing who they were, at least.
Yes. You see that Lagan is stopped at one. Unfortunately, he is not here. But when you go up and investigate it, and you're perusing the plaques, and the one that Lagan has stopped himself in front of depicts a dragon controlling the elements of fire and ice. The statue glows with magic runes. The ruby and sapphire necklace still hangs from its neck. The dragon itself appears to have 2 sets of wings and 2 sets of horns, appearing almost demonic in form. The name reads Hezekiah of the Armageddon, Master of Evocation, Destroyer of the Cloudwalker clan, and Stormbringer clan. Lagan just stands in front of it. Another statue is of a dragon encased in silver plating with diamonds engraved into the eyes, standing stalwart. The engraving in the plaque states, Lord Halver, architect of the Bank of Archives, master of scholars. Vanya, he appears oddly familiar, like a long-gone friend.
Sure recognize the name. Because if I remember correctly, she's got his journals. Or one of his, no, she's got his sketchbook.
Correct.
Embril kind of stepped up to Vanya. Are you alright?
Do you remember that undead dragon?
I remember you mentioning
talking
something
about.
about it.
This was him. Halver. Looks a lot better here than he did back then.
Well, you did say he was undead, so he would have had to have been dead first. But what kind of power can bring a dragon under their control? Aren't they supposed to be the most powerful beings that ever existed?
A god of death? Maybe. But because the cult was involved in resurrecting Mr. Halver.
They must have had some intense power that they've collected then. You think they're still mounting more?
I have no doubt.
Is that what all the platinum's for? The
We were
god?
told to get platinum, fashion it into stakes. Use it to seal the god of death away.
Well, I suppose we are lucky to have found some of it lying around.
Well, it could be worse. We could have found the platinum spikes that were pre-made, implying that they're already embedded in something that they're caging, so we're just trading one catastrophe for another.
That sounds awful.
Kurobe, as he's pulling another one free, is just like, yeah, I can't wait. I owe him so bad. I'm going to stick so many of these up his... And he's just going to start, like, cussing to himself.
Kurobe takes
Man.
personal offense to this god, I think.
I really liked the armor I was wearing, and he disintegrated. And almost killed me.
Technically, he did kill you. Remember?
That's right! And as he kicks it...
I think at this point we all have some kind of grudge against him.
Thank you, Raven.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the only one who doesn't currently is myself.
Give it time. He's an asshole.
What? You don't have a grudge against the god who killed your little sister.
Okay, yes, that is a point taken. I really wish that he would not have. For the period in which you had disappeared, I thought maybe you were, caught up in something, or missing, or, God forbid, dead.
All three.
Well, not necessarily wrong.
And when you came back, that is definitely a good thing. But as far as, like, the actual anger towards this supposedly dead god, I can't say that I've interacted with him directly and personally, so forgive me if my emotional connection to this thing is a little lax.
It's Kurobe's
Remember
moving to
who
the
you
next... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, as he's walking by, he'll put his shoulders like, don't worry. I can be angry enough for the both of us.
You, sir, can be angry enough for the entire group.
You were saying something,
Sorry, Dirk.
Neighbor?
Yeah.
No, it was just an offhand comment. Don't worry about it.
All right. Continuing to pry platinum off of the statues.
Vanya's still going around looking at the statues, humming a familiar tune to herself.
Come across another labeled Lucivoro, the Burning Light, Keeper of the Flame, Scourge of the Lands. This one is curious to you, because you notice that while the plaque is there, this is the only one where the statue is missing. It's completely toppled, destroyed.
Like if it was like that beforehand.
Topple a statue of one of their own? Maybe some kind of betrayal?
Betrayal, grudge.
Or it happened during the crash?
I'd say so, but what stumps me is that if this one happened during the crash, why are the others still standing?
It
I
would
start to
imply that there's. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to look around and see if there were. You said this is the only one that's toppled? The rest are still intact, more or less?
Yes, and all of them, all of the other ones are beautifully, delicately designed. Like there's no reason. Even you feel like if you were to just put enough force on some of these statues that the little edges and spikes and spines and feathers could break, but this one, like none of them are except this one.
Hmm.
They are all immaculately preserved except this one.
Anything special about anything on the floor or on the walls? Are there walls?
There are. They're in these little alcoves, and when you look into it, you can see faintly on the edges what looks like claw marks raked across, but just on the edges.
Vanya is going to climb further in to investigate.
Okay. Either one of you can give me a proper investigation check or just kind of go through the rubble and see what you can find.
Go for it, Vanya.
You don't trust your own dice rolls right now, do you?
No, and I don't trust my -1 either.
Fair, and that's a +6 for me. 22.
Okay, 22. When you go in, you begin to pull some of the stones and the marbles out of the way. You happen to discover that it isn't just claw marks on the side, but there's claw marks into the ground and scorch marks. You trace your hand across it, find that it was some time ago, a long time ago, when this happened. You check beneath the rubble, and there's nothing really there. None of the tiles seem to be like they can be lifted or anything like that. If anything, this seems personal, targeted.
Question about those claw marks. Are they all in a direction where they look like the things that dug their claws in were being dragged in all in one direction?
That's a very good question. No. It happens on both sides of the alcove. As if a reckless attack.
Well, this was definitely personal. Wonder what he did. Other than what his title says, but maybe something to ask the general about.
Perhaps he would be the one to have that living memory if he is indeed this old.
I have no doubt he is.
Imbrol,
Hmm.
could you give me a wisdom save, please?
Okay.
DC is 10. DC is 10.
We'll see if I can do that with my +1. Hey, that's a better number. That's a 19 total.
Okay. You feel something strange, like an obtrusion. But just as quickly as it comes on, you can shake it off.
kind of spin around to see what it is that may have tried to catch my attention.
There's nothing there.
You okay?
Yeah, I thought something... I don't know, brushed against me. It's nothing.
Come on, let's get out of this alcove, and there's a few more to see at least.
I'm a little head on a swivel right now. I'm a little uneasy at the moment. Still continuing to help Kurobe to pull plaques off as we come across them.
Certainly. And we are just going to go ahead and have you roll. Let's give it about, like...
Guys, we're finally doing it. We're raiding tombs.
1d10. Yeah, that's literally how I feel. I'm like, oh. But the history. Why do I suddenly feel the pain of every Eastern civilization ever?
I imagine at this point, Vanya's got out one of her own notebooks and just writing down the names
Of all those dragons. Yep.
Yeah, of all the dragons.
British Museum, what are you doing here? Okay.
Hey, you didn't care enough to preserve it.
What do the Americans dogs call it? Peacekeeping. Sorry.
Okay.
No, that's the whole energy of the whole thing.
I know what you're going for. I'm just like, okay.
Yep. Moving right along.
Sorry. My mind went to a different place. I apologize.
You continue through, and Kurobe, go ahead and roll me a 1d10. We'll figure out how many you're able to source that aren't just like either impossible to remove or already are gone.
Okay, that's a D8.
1d10.
No, I'm looking for a D10. There's a D10.
Yeah.
I was like every single one I picked up was the D100 dice, and I'm like, which it could work still, but I actually have a D10. 10.
10 plaques.
Hot damn.
Jesus.
They are each 500, worth 500 platinum in their own right.
Oof. Spicy.
Oh, that is a lot.
That is a lot.
Yep, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a lot of platinum.
The final statue that you come across, Vanya, is of a dragon draped in features glowing with the gold magical light emanating from a crystal ball it holds in its talon-like claws. It's covered in these fine feathers. Its face is beast-like. Horns, almost like antlers, rising from its head. The wings it bears wrap around it. And there is an owl that floats nearby, settled as part of the piece, riding upon its shoulder, its wings also spread out. Great horned owl, specifically. The crystal ball swirls with magical energy. It has been for ages. You look down and notice that the plaque is entirely missing from its engravement spot in the tile and marble. Despite this, Anya, something about this creature you recognize. You've met him.
I wondered if he had one.
Who?
Rune? Ryujin?
He's the one who's supposed to have the laboratory, right?
Mm-hmm. The one who married Arya. The one who was trapped in a suit of armor. No memory.
If he's meant to be a scientist of a magical sort, makes sense that his statue would look sort of wizard-like.
She's gonna go up into the alcove a little bit, lay a hand on the orb. Kind of just stand there in silence for a little while.
Yes, you do. You feel a connection to it. Distantly. The light within the crystal ball seems to drift up to your hand and illuminate it. The same golden light that once defined Rune.
She'll start singing the song she learned from him. Just instinctively. Hasn't done so for a while, but
You close your eyes and begin seeing. And around you, in your mind's eye, you begin to envision the city, oddly enough. It spans out from the point that you're at, you seeing yourself in third person, before you, almost in an ethereal sense, see the layout of the city. You can pinpoint all of the magic here in the blue light. You can see details upon details of it. The layout, the structures, the designs, how the world works. And then you are brought to the place that you desire. As if flying on wings. Into a tower centered in the city. Something of unusual, almost puzzle-like shape. You enter through the glass. Find yourself traveling up and up and up through all of the mechanisms, whirring past you. Just as you're about to enter a door, a double set of doors, the great horned owl's face upon it. Your vision returns. You were thrown back into your body.
She stands there a moment and then looks up at the statue, almost in awe of what just happened. And in Draconic, thank you, my love. And she'll pull back from it.
And you now know the way. Directly to the lab.
I know where to go.
Fantastic.
Kurobe, let's hurry up.
Okay.
Yes, let's find Arya and get out of here. We found what we came for.
To his lab, then.
To the lab.
And she'll start leading the way.
All right. Rather than meandering lost within this place, you find the direct path. Heading through these statues, you find yourself within the ancient temple. Within it, you come across a grand hallway with ceilings reaching far above you, pillars lining the hall, as thick as a sandbox, and armors of knights long past roaming the walls. The interesting thing about these armors is they're familiar, more ornate than what Rune had, and yet at the same time, less interesting, less structural, more of a prop than of actual use. But it is familiar. They stand vigil for their old masters, massive and unmoving in this place long forgotten. And as you reach the far end of this hall, you come across a plaque beholden to an altar whose cabinet doors are locked tight. Yet you can smell the incense still burning within it. Written upon the plaque is both true Draconic and Elvish. Thou is't not a person, yet thou have a face. Thou bear no arms, yet thou hold thine place. In the heat of battle, thou are thine kin. Though thou never strikes, thou help thee win.
Another riddle.
Not the
Yeah.
riddle. Of course, you could move on ahead without solving it, as you know the way. Just that you happened upon the altar along that way.
Okay.
There's a part of me that wants to say time.
Yeah, it's time. It's like, yeah, it has to be time because a lot of it sounds like a clock.
No, not necessarily. Think about it. Thou bear no arms, hence a clock, right? Yet thou hold thy place. The one thing that a clock doesn't do is hold time. It doesn't hold its position. it's a constant of some sort, right? Things that have a face. You're not a person. You have in the heat of battle. What can
Never strike.
Yeah, clock strike all the time.
Yeah.
Clock
Which is
strikes
why,
well.
yeah, which is why I was more akin to time and not just clocks. At least on my end.
You can also run out of time. Right?
Yeah.
It's not always your ally. And don't person you have a face. This mountain would have gone in, but that's not quite me. Hold on.
Well, that one has me stumped.
If you're not a person, you have a
Would you
face.
like one of 3 hints? Would you like
Yes,
to phone
please.
a friend?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Indeed.
Okay.
I'll take the 50-50.
I want you to focus on the portion of the riddle. In the heat of battle.
Thou art thine kin.
What do you have in a heat of battle?
You have
Your comrades in arms.
Yeah, but you aren't a person, right? That's what breaks it down.
well,
And
okay, so
battle,
you have weapons, you have armor. But what are like armor isn't a person, but it has a face.
there are no arms. Hold on, place in the heat of battle.
You're close. You're close, CJ. You're getting there.
Maybe because it definitely sounds reminiscent of one of those
Shield.
stationary armors.
Yeah,
It's a
Yeah.
shield.
Yes. Excellent.
I was just thinking that because I read the last line, you never strike, but it helps you win. So
Yeah.
it had to have been something that protects you.
There you go.
Good shit,
Because
there.
it, good shit. As if you must
Oh,
speak it in either Elvish or True Draconic, and you speak it like an oath. Because you are before an altar. What are you?
I
Vanya will speak in.
oh, go ahead.
Go on. No, go on.
No, I say go ahead.
Coffee.
We cannot have a Canadian standoff.
Embril's not smart enough to solve these things.
Okay. Vanya in Draconic. I am a shield.
And with that, the altar opens up and reveals the shield. One of curious structure. It is made with a gold rim, but you can tell that it is made of some form of, I suppose, adamantine. And upon it is sort of in these layers. The center is a disc of this gold adamantine. The outer layer is like the marbled stone that you had seen all throughout the temple, and then the final layer encompassing the majority of this shield is once again that gold adamantine. It has a power to it. You can't quite tell. It emanates something to it, but it is immaculate. It is beautiful. As you wield it, you notice that it is lightweight, almost feather weight. It doesn't encumber you. There are some magical properties to it.
This is incredible.
Indeed. Beautiful.
Kurobe, pick it up and check for traps.
Okay.
Well,
I'll walk over and pick it up.
Is it trapped?
Oh no.
It certainly is not. Kurobe, you just pick it up. Nothing interesting happens. The incense, smell of incense is strong in the box of which it is within, but that's it.
This is beautiful.
it is. Eerie as this place is, the entire place, I can imagine how beautiful it was.
Still is to a degree.
Yeah. No, I did get a view of it in its heyday. Rune showed me the way here. Or whatever magic was there.
Fair enough.
And she'll continue on.
Alright.
Continuing with her. Yep.
I guess I'm carrying a shield.
Very well. You continue on. Exiting the temple, you find yourselves in a new district of the city. Now just right below the mighty branches. And I almost sneezed so hard into the microphone. Oh, that would have been so bad.
Nah, that would have been funny.
Scaling upward into the heights of the city on the long passage of marble steps once again. At the top of the climb, you are greeted with the sight of various structures pulsing with magical lights, as if beating to the rhythm of a heart. That same blue light that you've seen all throughout the city. The structures are cylindrical and emit a low hum with the pulsing, identifiably like engines running on the final vestiges of power. Stones with eldritch runes carved into them, not quite draconic in nature, encased with rings or gold and silver, shift like clockwork in the air, levitated by an unknown force and pulsing with that same light as all the other structures. Lucky Sevens progress further towards the largest of the buildings, what appears to be a tower. Vanya, that same tower in your vision, with shifting parts levitating around it. It's, unlike everything else in the city, brutalist in design and architecture, separating the parts that you see shifting and moving, separating and reconstructing themselves back into the whole like a puzzle piece. The building looks more like a puzzle box than something intended to host people or even dragons within, lying a sense of trespass as you near it. Despite this, even the doors to this alien structure have been breached by time, crumbled in heaps before you. exploring this strange place, you notice there is a spaciousness that wasn't present from the exterior. Various strange tubing, bubbles with an unknown substance running through the extent of the hallways, traversing in and out of the walls like worms invading the flesh of the stone, move along every passage. Each lab that you pass through seems to host a different purpose, with different tools, magics beyond your comprehension. Holding materials encased and suspended in time, as if each project were abandoned in haste. The puzzle box is bigger on the inside.
Ooh.
Is honestly incredible.
Bigger on the inside is definitely very strange feeling.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something I've encountered myself before. We're finding ruins, lab, yes? Was he the one who was making all of this pipe work, or was it some other projects he was working on?
You know, I honestly don't know. I could assume so, but fortunately, when I knew him, he didn't have any memory of this life. That'd be a question for Arya.
That is whom we are looking for, so let's see if we can find her and get out of here.
Press on until Vanya finds the doors of the owl.
Very well. We have a couple. Well, we have one roll to make for another random encounter. But before then, I think now would be a good time to call it for the session. What do you think, Cece?
Alright, sounds pretty good to me.
That work.
Well, we will stop here for now, so that I can get back to my players about some of the many treasures that they found.
Yes.
The Lucky Sevens will continue to delve further into great city of Sharana in the next session and episode.
Yay! Yay!
Congratulations, everyone! That was shit. You walked around my encounter.
We did.
Hi!
We're so...
I know how coffee feels when I do that.
Man, I even tried to egg you on. I'm like, oh,
Look.
he's fighty. He knows you're here, but he just can't fucking find you. Whoa.
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 Look, if he was gonna find Karobe, before it could attack Karobe, that was when Imbrel was gonna fight it, but it didn't attack, so we walked past. It's fine.
Yep.
That thing's lucky he didn't see Karobe, because Karobe still had action surge. He was about to do a DPS round if he did.
And so did Imbrel, really. Imbrel had his action surge too.
True.
Yep.
And honestly, I think you all might need to keep those ongoing.
Yeah.
Ooh, sounds like we have some exciting encounters going forward.
Yep.
Since we're at a point where we're not really needing a long rest, we can just press on. It's fine. It's fine.
Fine.
But yeah, thank you Spectre, for being the lovely DM for this segment of the Rebirth of D&D Tale. We are going to be hitting episode 100 next time, so that's exciting.
There we go.
So, yeah, be on the lookout for episode 100 next time. But I think, Spectre, that also means that you get to decide on some of the ways that we get some experience. So, the way that we do things around here is, of course, everyone at the table gets their 5. Let me look. No, they're 5 for appearing at the table. And then between 1 and 10 experience, how they completed the mission today, that's on Spectre to decide.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of unusual little encounters today that I think was a lot of fun. Everyone actually resolved them pretty effectively, honestly. And did pretty good job of trying to figure out the little puzzles that I gave you all. So thank you so much for humoring me with my little riddles and puzzles
Love it.
and ciphers. Thank you so
Love
much.
it.
That was so much fun. Um, just because of the ciphers, I almost want to give a 10. Just because that's been so fun to me. I love challenging players just as much as I challenge the characters, but also that is rewarded for finding a very effective way around an otherwise very tough fight. So
Yes. We love that sort of thing. Puzzle solving
Yes.
in
Yes.
more ways than one.
yes,
indeed. So yeah.
awesome work.
Yeah. Then we talk about some roleplay prompts. So, out of us players, who pushed the plot the furthest? I mean, as Imbrel, I'm going to go ahead and shout out Vanya for that one, because she's kind of the one who's been solving the puzzles.
A little bit, yeah. I would almost say that CJ Kurobe, honestly, you've been pushing pretty hard with the puzzles, my man. You quick on that wit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I like the last one. I was cooking, and as soon as Derek said it, it snapped because I had literally read the last line. I'm like, okay, it's something that protects you. And then it's like, it's not armor. And then Derek said it's a shield. I'm like, son of a bitch, that's right.
I'm going to throw my hat in there, so I'll be selfish from this one.
I'll let Derek decide.
Derek, what is your vote?
I'm gonna end up giving it to Vanya.
3 for Vanya it is.
Yay.
Yay! Next up would be a best scene.
I know what I have for best line, so I can't really say anything on best scene at the moment. There was a lot of really cool scenes overall.
Yeah.
There
were.
It's true.
Everyone putting their brains together for different stuff. I will say, fucking Imbrel getting whipped around by the tornado was great.
I mean, that was kind of funny, because he goes careening into a Lyra and then gets picked up again.
The DC save was 12, my guy, and he just slip sliding his own personal mudslide.
Look, he's good at athletics, but strength saves, not so much.
Oh, save him.
Actually, it's the same number.
Oof.
He has a plus
You
1
have no
modifier on his
excuse.
strength. He's not exactly the strongest boy. He's dexterous. He's fast. You ask him to do some acrobatics.
Best scene.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna say the whole scene with Alira and all the discussions of like what's proper and that whole bit because it was really good.
You know what? A lira for sneaking off on a nat 20.
Okay, that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the scene I'm talking about. It just ended like that.
Just out of embarrassment. Poor girl. Poor thing. Oh, give her pets. Yep. I think that's a bit unanimous there. I agree. Alira for best scene. Vanya got the audience favorite.
I have not had that for a long time. Thank you.
Come out. But our best line.
I'm throwing my hat in there with that line specifically to Rune, but directed at the statue. And Draconic. Thank you, my love.
I cry.
That might kill. Like I was going to put my hat in the ring of her. God damn it, that's right. When she reminded me that he did kill me.
Just secondary on my end is just like any jab at Kurobe today. He is a child. Well, he did.
That was. Oh my god, that was actually what I was going to say was my favorite line is Imbrol is just like, you're not a child, and Vanya was immediately like, you are a child. It's like the difference, the complete contrast between the siblings is what got me.
No, it's Imbrol's, you're acting like one. I'm not. You are.
And it's not you are as in yes you are acting like a child, it's you are as in you are a child.
I
love it.
silly. Oh man, that's a hard decision.
Yeah, that is. I don't get a vote. I'm DM.
Yes,
I'm just sitting here.
DM right now.
I set up all the scenes, so.
Yeah.
It's up to you and Derek, Coffee.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What you feeling?
My heart. I'm a tragedy hoe. Okay, so I'm gonna say Vanya.
All right, then I'll back it.
Thank you.
Though, yes, honorable mention for Kurobe and the that's right. Yes. Oh.
Look, you can at the very least give an honorable mention to Kurobe and Alira for the pick it up, check it for traps. Okay.
Yep.
Either that or the one where like Ambrose like and they're like, wait, he's going to just open the door. It's like, yeah, the last one had fireballs in it. And he just opens up and looks in.
Look.
What is wrong with you people?
The entire argument between Emerald, Vanya, and Kurobe about Kurobe going down back into that tunnel for more beer or for more alcohol. Just really.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Like,
he didn't even tie the thing around his waist.
Emerald's
I'm like, this could end really badly.
Emerald's not that much brighter, but you know, that 2 points makes a difference. And again, as a player character, being the one who has to rein in the chaos.
Look, I'm trying to play him true. I'm not trying to be super dumb, but
no.
I mean, okay. I'm going to make dumb decisions.
Look, I've been behaving for the most part. I'm just a little spicy today.
That's okay. It's because Arya's not in the room. Once Arya gets in the room again, oh my god, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Which I imagine is going to have a little bit to do with next session, so.
Yeah.
But
honestly,
yeah.
I love the fact that Kurobe looks at them as kind of like either daughters or granddaughters.
Aww.
He just loves them.
Meanwhile, Vanya's older.
Yeah.
By a lot, because she's elf.
Oh my god! Can Kurobe walk Arya down the aisle?
Yeah, we never had that minor scene. I just kind of threw it out there at Specs as like kind of a thing. Like, I know we didn't have this, but if she wanted to go ahead and change her name, like I figured it happened before we left. But to be fair, we needed to get you into the DMC that day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Look.
I didn't mind because I was looking forward to see what you were throwing at us.
Look, at some point we're going back to Calm Bay, and I'm getting married, so you guys are getting married. I don't care if you're already tied the knot. We're still having a wedding for you guys.
Yeah. Well, no. What Vonnie had thrown out was we have a small one, and then we plan for the bigger one.
Yeah.
At Arya, and Arya was all for it. So what was supposed to happen was they were supposed to find someone like the next morning and do it, and we needed to get Specs in the seat. So
Yeah. You guys are going to get a proper wedding.
oh, naturally.
I mean, it happened at the last game.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
Oh, I can think of at least 8 things. You want an encounter table for that?
But yeah, that being said, thank you guys all for so much for watching here at CoffeeCat Presents, and doing all of the watching and liking, subscribing, to doing all the things on YouTube, all of those things, because that's where I post all of the VODs. We do everything live here on Twitch, so if you're not following us on any of the social medias, you really should, because we've also been posting shorts on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, so you should keep an eye out for those, because those are fun little things to kind of do all of the algorithm things. I don't know. Look, all I know is that YouTube likes shorts and people like TikToks and things like that, so I'm posting on everything. And of course, we thank Ravenstar for being the editor of those things, because she apparently has no time or has all of the time in the world in order to be able to help us with that. So thank you, Raven. I love your face.
This is what we call hyperfixation.
No, it's called Raven's putting skills to work that she hasn't used since like fucking high school.
Yeah. A little bit of practice here and there,
Yes.
all of those sorts of things.
Yes, exactly.
And then, of course, thank you, Spectre, for running us again through the through this little story arc here in Rebirth. So, yeah, while you're setting up all the things to give us like stat cards and things like that for all the magic items that we possess now, I'm gonna say let's find somebody to raid and say a fantastic good night to all of the viewers and to chat. So say good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.